The following program is for adult audiences only.
Oh, Christ. Where am I? Sound loud or something. It's got to be something like that. I think Grim Green.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but we'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
all of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
Vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Smoke-free world. Smoke-free world, everyone. Hello and welcome to another episode of Mixin and Chillin with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Chair. Mate was there a minute ago. Anyway, I hope you guys are all having a fantastic day, fantastic week ahead. We've got a wonderful show scheduled and set up for you guys today. I've got a bunch of vape news, science, and advocacy that we're going to talk about today. We got a bunch of things going on. I'm not sure if you guys all know about this. Laws that have already been passed here in the United States. A couple of the states there's a whole blanket wave of legislation right now underway or already passed where they're basically trying to force the shops to only sell the products authorized by the FDA through the whole PMTA process, okay? So, Texas is implemented some laws. They're going along the same lines. Louisiana has already passed this law, and it's already in effect. So we're going to take a look at some news broadcast about this topic of conversation, and then we're going to go and jump over and take a look at Australia again and put our comments in about that. And then we're going to jump over to the going on. Holy moly. Then we're going to jump over to the United Kingdom and take a look and see what you guys have threatened and what may be coming up for you guys in the future. And as you can see in front of you, we do have a retro vape, a wonderful product that Kenny had sent over to me. We have the CUBOID 200 and the Smok TFV4 through the whole PMTA process, okay? So, holy cow, Kenny's dropping in and out. Anyway, that's our retro vape for today. We've got some wonderful e-liquids we're going to be taking a look at. I cleaned up my desk. There's like 20 tanks that were sitting over here that filled with a bunch of fluid. Some of them I haven't vaped in months. Finally had a chance to clean all them off. Move all those things out of here. And got a new microphone. don't know if you guys can hear. We got a new microphone today because we got a new microphone arm and switching things around. Hope you guys like it. What do you think? Drop it in the chat. Let me know. Do you like this one or do you like the original microphone that I use from week to week to week? Which one do you like better? And dangle clacks galore today. Mallory Gates is 100% right. Kenny's dropping in and out. I'm not sure what's going on with his internet connection. But I can guarantee you guys this. You're going to see more and more dangle clacks on vape content. It's an inevitability. There's already a partnership going on. Kaffer's already talked about this between Google and the World Health Organization. They're going to try and stifle unauthorized medical advice. And the way the World Health Organization has been plastering the vaping misinformation out there and getting community noted for it, it's not something that's going to go away. Who holds these people accountable? That's what I want to know. The little horse shite. Anyway, we've got all that wonderful stuff set up for you today. Kenny in England has been suffering from massive winds. Apparently our weather has made its way over to the UK. And the entire country's been like suffering from massive winds. I saw Vic had posted on Facebook about these 95-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Unbelievable. 95 miles an hour. Imagine driving down the highway and putting your hand out at 95 miles an hour. Now imagine your house having to deal with the exact same consequences. Good thing they have the old architecture, stone buildings and whatnot. My goodness. All right. Hopefully Kenny can get his situation sorted out over there. We're going to jump over and jump into the news. And then if we need to, we can always catch up later on what's been going on with us. So without further ado, time for us to roll our news bumper. There we go. Your audio is not working properly. 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 Holy moly. Not sure what's going on over there. But we're going to truck on anyway. Sorry about all the dangle clocks today. Sometimes no matter how much you prepare for things, for whatever reason, technology has got a mind of its own lately. It's all controlled by AI. Everything's virtualized. We aren't actually in full control of what's going on our computers. But that's a different topic of conversation. because I came across this tweet today, and my heart goes out to all of those you in Australia suffering from this ridiculous regulations and legislation enacted by Mark Butler. And I've been trying to dig in to actually find the legal laws, the actual law that puts all these restrictions into play. And I haven't been able to find it. I've rewatched the hearings that were held last March and the legislation that came out of that. But I think that this is a combination, and it is a common thing in political tactics, where they will announce things ahead of time, scare the crap out of people to get all of them to comply. And the things that they don't actually have laws on the books yet to enforce, they're going to sneak into effect in March, when they actually have the new hearings and pass these new laws that are required. Right now, the only thing that has technically been implemented is enforcement of existing laws. And in that particular case, the enforcement goes under disposables. They basically the health department created the framework required for border force and customs to confiscate these things. They've already been illegal. Australia's already had the prescription model. So these things have already technically been illegal. Just like in the United States, we have the PMTA enacted by Congress, and the FDA is supposed to put out a list of things that are going on about there. And that's what we're going to talk about later on in the news, about how there are certain states that have already said, you know what, we are only going to let the stores in our state sell things that the FDA has already given PMTA market authorization for. And as you all know, those are only big tobacco products. Enjoy, who used to be a vaping company not associated with big tobacco, has been bought out by big tobacco. So the Enjoy Ace, it's a solid vape product. Wouldn't be enough for me because I need direct to lung. Then you got Juul. Wouldn't be enough for me because I need direct to lung.
How's that? Better?
Then you got Juul. There's an echo.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Hang on.
Wouldn't be enough for me because I need direct to lung.
How's that? Better? What about that? Better?
You have the YouTube video playing?
Yeah. Dick.
Did you mute it?
Yep, done. That's it, man. Fucking hell, everything just went fucking off. Oh, what the fuck?
I'm still getting an echo, but it's just you now. It's not the stream and...
I don't understand why that get added. Well, what happened is my road also kicked us off and on, but my road's working now. That's on. That's okay. That's picking everything up there. Yep, that's okay. Muffle that down. Oh, hang on. I wonder if the voice meter just kicked it off.
Restart the audio engine and voice meter.
I'm just wondering what that is. Auto restart. Yeah. Go. Right, we're restarting that now. Blah, 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 blah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Blah, 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 blah.
Still got a... Hold on, your default microphone is NVIDIA Broadcast.
It shouldn't be.
It should be Rode Connect, right?
Hang on a minute. Is it fucking on the settings? What the hell's going on? Yeah? Microphone. No, audio size? Why? No, that's wrong. No. Why? See, it's changed me fucking mic over. It's... was wrong.
Man, I don't know what's going on over there. I'll let him get that sorted out. Anyway, this came up, and I wanted to talk about this today. Mark Butler. Here's a wonderful post on Twitter. Mark Butler, you choked out hope, not cigarettes. Your vape ban isn't a victory lap. It's a victory dance on shattered families and bankrupt businesses. Millions found a ladder out of the ashtray abyss in vape shops. Now they're clinging to black market fumes, preyed upon by criminals instead of guided by support. You swapped fruity freedom for doctor-dispensed nicotine bombs, turned a potential public health hero story into a black alley gangster saga, all while seeking wisdom from a gynecologist on vaping. Please consult a proctologist because it seems that your head has been shoved so deeply up your own arse that it's a medical emergency. This isn't about flavors. It's about lives. Gang wars erupt over your smoke and mirrors policy. Tobacconists have become battlegrounds. Again, you're supposed to be looking after nursing homes and such. What are you doing? Resign, Butler, before your legacy becomes a coughing fit in history books. Let's hope families and public health inhale a breath of sanity in dealing with Mark Butler, who have been coined by most of us in the vaping community as Black Market Butler. Because the whole black market that's supplying these vapes to teens is going to continue to supply them to teens because your legislation did nothing to change the black market or its behavior. But you don't care. You want to keep selling your big pharma buddies products that are actually supplied by big tobacco. And then you want to say that you're crushing all these mom and pop shops because, oh, we're going to protect the kids. You haven't done anything for the kids except make their situation worse. What a tosser. History will prove in time that this has been a total disastrous failure for public health in Australia. Ain't a doubt in my mind. Then there's other things that age obviously much, much better. Here we have a post from May of 2021. Okay? Some days I wake up and I look at all the anti-vaping stuff by the World Health Organization, Bloomberg, and otherwise well-qualified researchers, and I begin to have doubts about vaping. And then I remember how healthy I feel after switching to vaping and all whites. I remember how my cough has disappeared. I remember how I can box a heavy bag nonstop for 7 minutes. I remember how my taste buds have come back to life, all due to quitting tobacco and not nicotine. Imagine how this anti-vaping and THR messaging might seem to tobacco users who have never vaped or snoozed, or to the average Joes everywhere who could have otherwise guided tobacco users in their circle towards tobacco harm reduction. I, in my personal experience and knowledge, had doubts, a testament to mixed messaging from public health authorities. But non-vapers would be certain and think, surely the World Health Organization knows its stuff better than anyone else. Surely vaping is as bad as smoking. But that's not the case.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Sounds good, mate.
We're back. Fucking Windows chucked it out again. Windows changed everything back. Fucking what the hell happened there?
I don't know, but you sound good now.
I went in, I got Windows, it set me Rode as a desktop default again, like just the mic, not this. I went, oh God, it chucked it off voice meter. I went, oh, I hate Windows.
That's a never-ending battle, mate. All right, convincing people is an uphill task, and it's easy to dismiss the naysayers as stooges for Bloomberg and give up on them. But we have to make an effort to engage with anybody who's going to listen and soldier on in the face of labels and personal remarks. But someday, There will be a reckoning with the World Health Organization, with Bloomberg, and with the myriad of researchers that are trying to dig up all the potential harms of vaping. And we're going to remind them of these moments. We're going to remind them on how our lives were saved because we didn't listen to their bullshit scaremongering stories. And we learned for ourselves and we tried for ourselves. We bought a product and it freaking worked. And we started using it and we quit smoking the stinkies. And guess what? We feel better. We don't cough anymore. We have energy that we didn't have before. And our taste buds come back and we can experience things that we would have never experienced had we continued smoking those death sticks. I told you guys last week, man, I don't believe in the no-win scenario. I don't care how much money they sit there and pound at this thing and put this propaganda out there and how many news media agency outlets they buy and they push their paid for marketing to dissuade people from trying vaping. You can never stop the firsthand experience of over 82 million people who have found this works when nothing else did.
Yeah.
The truth always comes out in the end. There is an exception
to that coffin. There is an exception to that coffin.
Yeah?
How depends what you're fucking vaping. If you're trying to take a 400-watt vape on something, you will cough.
Well, yeah, but you know better than that.
I've done it. I've tried it on this fella. Check it out. I did it on this fella.
But you could put the proper coil in there to consistently vape it at 400 watts and not kill yourself.
Oh, without it. Definitely. I mean, generalize.
Why bother?
Generalize. Yeah. It's fun, I suppose. It's a novel thing, isn't it?
It is. I learned the hard way with Steam Crave. I always put my standard coils in that I put in the Arbiter. And I'm like, okay, well, I should run it the same wattage, the same coil. And it tasted like crap. And then I'm okay, well, let me try some other stuff. I built my own coils out of just wire. And I'm like, let me try this out. Oh, wow. The ohms are a lot higher in this than they were in the other wire I used. But guess what? The flavor's fantastic. I don't need to run it as high.
It's a learning curve. Yeah, it's a learning curve. I mean, like I say, your standard coils will probably fit in anything like this, like a standard tank. Obviously, the Arbiter. I'm still vaping on it, by the way. But, your Steam Crave tanks, that they require power. So you've got to put, the coils in to take the power, whether it be a high or low build. It's just, it's doing your homework on the product that you're buying. You know what I mean?
Listen, everybody said that the Aromomizer is the best freaking Steam Crave product out there and it's as good as the Arbiter. I've had people leave me comments saying it's just as good as the Arbiter. Nah. And I'm like, I could never get it that good. Nah. Well, guess what?
Nah, it's
good. I can get it pretty damn close. Look what this is.
It's good, but I wouldn't say, you probably could get it close, but I wouldn't say it's the best. Which one was the best? Not the glass, I've got it out somewhere now.
Every single one of those ones. Every single one of those, if you put the right coil in it and run it at the right wattage, you can get a comparable experience to what you can get out of the Arbiter. But are most people willing to put in that kind of work and time to figure out what is the best coil for this tank? They take it for granted. They go, whatever came with it, that's what I'm going to keep using in it because they determined that was going to be the best. Well, guess what? Sometimes it isn't.
You've got to realize, some tanks are better for, say, fruits and what they might be for sweets and bakeries. So, I mean, the Steam Crave products are pretty good. The Steam Crave products are pretty good for custards because custards like a bit of heat. So, it's a no-brainer for them. Your fruits, not so much. So again, you've got to play about with your tank.
And the thing is, once you find that envelope for that particular tank, you can find a narrow and fine tune it to go, okay, if I put a coil that is 0.5 ohms more in there, I don't have to run it as hot, and I can still enjoy the fruits. Yeah, it may not be good as on the custardy aspect of things, but I can enhance the fruits in a fruit custard blend recipe.
Yeah.
Whereas if I want more custard flavor, then, you know, I can drop a half an ohm resistance in there to put, you know, a half ohm twist less into the coil. And guess what? Now it's going to be shining on the custards more than it is the fruit.
Yeah. Like I say, it depends what wattage you're comfortable at. I mean, you know, some people like vaping high watts, some people don't, you know. Some people are still like, 20, 30 watts, you know, the bottom end of the scale. It depends where you're comfortable. And then obviously you build or get a tank to that to suit that wattage as well, what you vape at, you know. So
you have to think of it in a different perspective. And, you know, I'm always good for this. I'm always one to like to stand back and take a look at the big picture of things. And quite honestly, I feel like, you know, a test pilot whenever I buy these new tanks and these new rebuildables, right? And if it comes with a set of coils and I try and I do the review on it based on those coils, it's fantastic. But then you quickly find out, or eventually you find out, in the case of the Blaze, it was quickly find out that coil didn't freaking last. Yes, it was amazing, great flavor, wonderful, but it's got a hot spot in it. I can't get out now. I have to put a new coil in there. And it was a 3.5 millimeter coil. So now I got to find a 3.5 millimeter jig. And then I got to play around with the different wires I have to try and figure out, is this the wire that's going to work the best in it? Or is it going to be one of the Geek Vape coils wires that I have and spooled up? Or am I going to have to make my own to a specific resistance that's going to give me as good, if not better, experience than what I got with the stock coil? And yeah, I could take the easy route. I could just order a set of coils that, you know, right from the manufacturer that's for that. But people in Australia don't have that opportunity now.
But you used to find out with a lot of tanks, the set of coils that it come with, whether it be a sub-ohm, you know, with the sub-ohm coil already in, or a rebuildable, you'd always find your first set of coils would be brilliant. Then as soon as you change them over, you think, what happened?
Yeah.
Especially with sub-ohms. I mean, Smok were terrible for the early days. Your first coil in there was mint. It lasted ages. Then as soon as you went in the packet, open another one, it was burnt out in a day, and you're like, hang on a minute, what happened there?
Yeah. And as time went on, they got better, because obviously they got a lot of flack over the fact that, you know, you would get a stock coil that came with your tank and it would last you 2 weeks. You go out and you buy a 5-pack of coils from the shop, you put them in there, and 2 out of the 5 in the package were junk. It didn't last you but 2 days, or they
all 5
dumped the contents of your tank all over your mod.
Yeah.
But Jewel had the same problem. Jewel had the exact same problem when they were developing those things. And the first batch of coils that they made for that gave you nothing but spitback. That's exactly what people want to experience. 50 milligrams spitback in their mouth.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Oh, shit with that.
If you watch the documentary about Jewel, they even talk about it. The people that work there talked about how bad their product was in the very beginning. How much spitback they got, and how many times they were working the whole day with nothing but a head rush.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have you seen some of the older RBAs where they've got anti-spit back tops on them? You know, there's a couple of them, you know, they've got all anti-spit because in the early days.
Or stainless steel screens on the top of the coil.
Yeah, yeah. And it was a big problem in the early days with rebuildables as well.
Yeah, sure was.
Definitely.
Flavor sent me over this, and I kind of feel bad. But this is an eventuality. I looked into this organization. This is the International Organization of the Flavor Industry. It's basically a lobby group for the flavor industry in Washington, D.C. So anytime there's legislation that involves them, you know, they obviously go and they meet with legislators and they talk about things about their industry so that the legislators are informed as to what are they already complying with, what are they already doing. So if you're trying to pass a law that just doesn't make sense with the way you operate, you obviously want to convince the politician, listen, this is a better way to address it. You want to address that particular problem, this is how you go and do with it. And sometimes they find that it's even easier, moving that microphone up, it's even easier just to simply address the problem by going, you know what? We're just going to flat out deny our products are used with those things. And that's exactly what they did here. They put out a position paper on the use of flavorings in vaping applications. Vaping devices, electronic cigarettes, also known as electronic nicotine delivery systems, ENDS, because I had never heard the use of terminology of ENDS except in Americans and scientific papers. But they've specifically addressed it in there and says that IOFI does not support the use of flavorings in vaping applications based solely on the fact that flavoring ingredients have been declared safe for the intended use in foods and beverages. They're basically putting out a position statement saying that just because it's been stamped as generally recognized as safe, you shouldn't go around saying that you can use these flavorings in vapes and it still be generally recognized as safe, because it's misleading. When they got that certification, that was for putting it into food that you put through your mouth and swallow in through your stomach, and your body digests it that way. There's nothing saying, unless you specifically go and test these things, that it's safe for inhalation into your lungs.
Basically, they're touching on how you ingest it, aren't they, basically? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and how you're metabolizing the substance once you use it. And this has always been a problem in the vaping industry, is who's doing the testing to find out if, the custard flavors, even though they're water soluble, won't cause any long-term harm to your lungs. That's the questionable aspect of it. That's where that 5% potential harm comes from inside vaping. Because we don't know what the long-term consequences are of using custard flavor.
It's basically flavorings that are what they're saying as the 5% risk, That's what they're pretty much saying, what's flavorings and what goes into the flavorings, etc. Because the other compounds are pretty much harmless, you know what I mean?
Yeah, not only are they harmless, some of them are actually helpful to your health, beneficial. Exactly. We all know that propylene glycol is used in hospitals. It is literally aerosolized inside of hospital, operating theaters, surgical theaters, operating rooms, depending on what part, nomenclature you're used to, talking about this. And they literally just spray it over everything because it kills the viruses and the bacteria in the room. But it's also used in your medications to keep them sterile. Your albuterol contains propylene glycol as part of the solution so that it stays sterile. And you can nebulize that and have it, in that little package for 2 years before the expiration date, and you use it 2 years later and it's still sterile because the PG in there has made sure no bacteria or viruses could survive and grow inside of there for your medication.
Shit.
But they're covering their ass. I'm surprised it took them this long to do it. But that's all they're doing. So now it's time to actually get into other aspects of the news. Shelves emptied of popular vape products as the new state law goes into effect. That's what we're going to take a look at next. From Fox 8 Live. Now, this was put out in November, but most people still don't know about it. I heard plenty of people talking in, Facebook groups and in Reddit about this, and most people don't even know that this law went into effect. So we're going to take a look at it. Skip past the commercial.
And I'm Lauren McCoy. A lawsuit is filed to block the implementation of a new state law, which vaping advocates say will effectively end the sale of a number of popular vape brands in Louisiana.
The impacts of the legislation are already being felt at smoke shops across the area, but advocates for the law say it's needed to protect children. David Jones joins us now with the story.
Oh, the children again.
Meg, this also...
That always irritates the frick out of me.
The fucking children.
Think of the children. Man. How you think Hitler got to be so freaking popular? You know, they let him commit all these atrocities, and it was all to protect the children. We had to protect the German children from all this potential harm. Every single thing that was done horribly in Nazi Germany was done for the children, because we have to protect the children in tomorrow's youth.
Bullshit.
Stems from a vaping tax approved by the legislature and the amendments to that tax which followed. Proponents of the new laws are seeking to crack down on popular vape brands, which they say extensively market to children, while opponents maintain.
That is nothing but propaganda. They market to children. The only people that market to children is tobacco control. If I want to create a vape product, right, and I want to put on there beautiful colors and representations of what the actual, let's just say, e-liquid would taste like, well, I'm going to use a bright color if I'm like selling an orange e-liquid. And I'm going to put a picture of an orange on it because, well, that's what it tastes like. Because I want my customers to know that this is what I aimed for when I developed this recipe. Okay? How is that marketing to children? I don't see. It's a logical fallacy to say just because it has a picture of an orange on there, it's attractive to children, therefore it's marketed to children. Bullshit.
Yep.
It's only being sold in an adult store. You have to be 21 to come through the front doors of the building. And like here in Pennsylvania, they have to put posters all over the wall, so you can't even be walking along the sidewalk and look into the store and go, oh, look at all those bright colored boxes on the thing. I wonder what they're selling. I'm attracted. I'm a kid and I'm attracted to that. Bullshit. And in Australia, it's even worse. They literally have to have them locked behind like doors that they only open when somebody asks for the product. They can't even have them on display in a store.
It's not a brightly coloured thing that attracts them anyway. They want to try. I mean, you've got highlighters. Look at the colour of them. Bright, 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 bright. Are people eating them because they're brightly coloured highlighters? No. You know, they know they're there to highlight something. So therefore, a vape product is a colour which is representing the flavour of whatever that device is. So that's not attractive to children. It might be attracted to like a 5-year-old because it's a bright colour, but a teenager got fuck all to do with the colour of it. They want to go to vape. That's what they want to do.
Listen.
Nothing to do with colours.
I know plenty of 5-year-olds that go in the emergency room because they ate sand. They were playing in the sandbox and they ate sand. Is sand brightly colored? But it's still attracted to kids. So you can take your brightly colored argument and shove it up your wazoo because it doesn't mean jack. You get a 5-year-old that'll eat sand or try and eat a bug. So flavored sex lube makes teens do more oral. Only plain tasting sex lube for adults. Kiss off.
Good old Mallory. Got to drop it to that lower level. You know what I mean? Just drop it down a touch.
Mate, we're nothing but a bunch of blokes. This isn't dropping shit. This is actually elevating us to, where high class society goes. Because the true blokes in society can't afford sex lube. They're just grateful to be able to do this on their few hours a week that they don't have to go work. Because the economics of society are so bad now that everybody's working 80 hours a week just to make ends meet to pay the bill and keep the heat on.
Yeah, you're too tired.
Yeah. You got to schedule it ahead of time and make time for it.
Maintain supporters of the law are hiding behind children and hurting adults in the process.
Yay! He said the truth.
Hey!
We got in and out customers. People that come in, they see no disposable, they just walk out.
Motaz Ahmad is the manager at Vape.
Did you see all the bongs on that wall?
On Jefferson Highway. His shelves, which once carried popular disposable vape brands like Elf bars, are now empty.
Vape shops that are the only faith that they got selling vapes, they're just gonna close down and they're gonna lose hundreds of thousands of dollars.
During the spring legislative session, lawmakers passed House Bill 635, introduced by St. Tammany Republican Representative Paul.
And you can't say that, oh, the Republicans always support vape, so we have to vote all Republicans. Bullshit. When people are running for office, you need to corner them and get them to take a position on this. Doesn't mean that they're going to do what they tell you to do. Well, you know, politicians, they tell you what they want, what you want to hear, and they go do whatever the hell they want to do to benefits them in the long run.
Hollis. It amends the state tax on vape products. The amendment limited vaping products sold in the state to only those explicitly approved by the FDA.
Which none of those have ever been approved by the FDA.
Which is a big fat zero.
If you want a product that's been approved by the FDA, here's your choices. Enjoy Ace, Juul. Both of those are only available in a tobacco flavor. And did you see the latest bullshit? The FDA has denied a tobacco flavored closed pod system.
Yep, I heard that.
They already denied their flavored things. Honestly, if you want to know the God's honest truth, I think that the FDA knows that it's already got its tail between its legs because of the last court hearing. And they know that they're going to have to battle this out in court. So they're basically giving into political pressure. Dick Durbin, douchebag Durbin, told the FDA, you need to stamp these out to protect our kids, right? So they're doing this blanket denial for Smok. They're doing this denial of a sealed pod tobacco system. That way they can't say that it's just a flavor ban. And they're like, you know what? We're going to have to fight this out in court. So we're just going to ban everything now.
Because they've realized they've just made one almighty fuck up with trying to fucking regulate this shit. It hasn't worked. They haven't passed anything.
Oh, and I forgot about the Logic Pro.
Yeah.
The Logic Pro is also authorizing a tobacco flavor, but I wouldn't say go buy this unless you love Spitback. 2012 technology, 2014 maybe. Spitback galore. Yeah. Free Ride Vapor, hello and welcome.
I think they've realized that they've totally mishandled the whole scenario with vaping, and they're just kind of reeling back on themselves now by just denying everything, pretty much, or banning everything.
They're giving in to political pressure, and it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Brian King said that we're going to follow the science. We're going to follow the science. His scientists went to him and said, you need to put these menthol products out there, menthol harm reduction products. If you're going to ban menthol cigarettes, you need to have a place that people can go to get their menthol, and this will actually encourage people to give up smoking. He said, no, ban it. Send the marketing denial order out today. Ban it. You're not following the science, douchebag.
Those products would be listed in a yet-to-be-published registry.
Right now, you've got a lot of different rogue vapes on the market, and I think they're extremely dangerous.
Hollis.
This guy has no fucking clue. I think they're extremely dangerous.
You will have a lot of rogue vapes on the market because you're sending it all down to the fucking black market. That's why. Duh.
You had a chance to regulate it. You had a chance to put out regulations that they could take all these products and people could do that. And you could always change the regulations down the road and not tighten, you know, the noose on it. No. We're just going to flat out ban it and ignore the fact that there's a black market. Same bullshit as Australia. You know that over half of the tobacco consumed in Australia is black market chop. loose leaf tobacco. Because they taxed it so hard that people were like, why am I going to pay for the $50 a pack cigarettes? I can roll my own for $10 a pack. Buying illegal black market chop.
Exactly.
Says the intent of the legislation was to protect children in Louisiana from vape.
Bullshit. They're harming children. You're removing the harm reduction products and forcing people to choose quit or die.
Exactly.
Go buy a pack of cigarettes that kills half of its users when used as intended, because we're removing all the products that aren't actually going to kill you.
Vape products, which he says are oftentimes manufactured overseas.
You've got entities out there.
Can you please tell me one manufacturer of these products domestically? One? Name one.
Exactly.
That are not regulated, product that's coming in from outside the United States with no regulation whatsoever.
That's more bullshit. Because, see, when a manufacturer makes a product, they have to comply with the tightest regulations out there or cut the market share down to comply with just the products that are aimed and manufactured for a specific country. Perfect example of this is Oxva is going to be sending me child-resistant certified devices that are only going to be sold in Canada. Could they be sold elsewhere in the world? Sure. Because Canada has child safety requirements for vaping products to guarantee that if a child gets a hold of a product and puts it in their mouth, it's not going to kill them.
But the manufacturer of the products manufacture for countries' rules and regulations anyway. That's across the board. It doesn't matter whether it's vaping or a Hoover or a bed or all countries have got rules and regulations for manufacture, especially in the UK. We're 2 mil tanks. What do manufacturers do? They manufacture 2 mil tanks, or they put bungs in to make them 2 mil tanks. It's fucking,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
But nobody in the United States is going to want to buy the Canadian child-resistant very variant of this product because if it's too hard to use, why am I going to bother? I'll buy one that doesn't have all that child safety crap on there because my eyes ain't as good as they used to be. I can't be fiddle farting around trying to figure out how to fill this thing. And there's a child safety cap on there. I got to pull this back. I got to do this and then put the thing in there. And then once I put it in there, I better like that thing because it's impossible to take anything out of it. So
true.
That if you're going to want to offer a product that goes into the lungs of our kids, then you need to have strong regulation, and that's all.
Is anybody making these products exclusively to put in the lungs of children?
So passive smoking doesn't go into the lungs of children, does it now? When your mum and dad sitting having a cigarette next to the children don't breathe that in, do they not? Okay.
And that doesn't make the child want to smoke just like mom and dad did.
Yeah. Well, passive smoking is causing harm to that child.
But we don't touch cigarettes because they're tightly regulated already.
Nah, bollocks.
It's all a lie.
All my bill do.
It's almost like they're only looking at the youth and they're disregarding the adult users.
Allison Buchner is vice president of American Vapor Manufacturers. She points to data from the recently published National Youth Tobacco Survey, which shows e-cigarette use down in high school students from 14% last year to 10% this year. In 2020, numbers show 1 in 5 high school students reported vaping.
That's bullshit too. 1 in 5 is 20%. That's a lie. It dropped from 14% to 10%. 10% is 1 in 10. that tried it in the past month, how many of those that tried it in the past month use it every day? 2 in 1,000. 2 in 1,000 kids use it every day. And they just lied to everybody and said 1 in 5. And because most people don't know math, they believe it hook, line, and sinker.
Buchner maintains e-cigarette usage is on the decline in kids, and she says this law punishes adults who use vapes to quit smoking.
And not only that, there are 600,000 adult smokers in Louisiana. That is one of the worst rates in the entire nation.
Buchner said.
And now this law cracked down on it, made it even harder for them to give up smoking.
As FDA pre-market approvals are hard to come by. Fewer than 24 were granted in the past 2 years.
That's a lie, too. We just talked about it. There's 3 that are still available for sale. And then a bunch of pods that fit those products.
False information again.
And they gave authorization to products that are no longer for sale because they suck so bad, people didn't buy it and they went out of business. But it's taken the FDA so long to process this and authorize those products that, well, we can authorize this because it's not being made anymore. It'll make us look good. We tried. We authorized this product. It's not our fault that it sucked so bad nobody bought it.
Alone.
If they're only approving tobacco flavors because of the children, why are only big tobacco products being approved in a tobacco flavor? There's hundreds of small businesses that will now no longer be in business because of this.
A lot of people don't know that the FDA didn't even have oversight on vape products until 2016.
So what? That was how many years ago?
Exactly.
They had all this time to get their head out of their ass and actually come up with a regulated system. I don't know, maybe they could have done something like Europe, where let's create a database. If you want to sell these products, we're going to supply you a list of ingredients that are prohibited from being inside these products. And as long as the stuff you make doesn't have these prohibited things that we're going to constantly update based on this as time goes on and as science comes in, kind of like we do with everything else in the world, like food and other safety products, like diapers. You know, you're only allowed to make diapers out of certain materials and whatnot because they found that other materials are toxic, can cause cancer, right? We could have done something like that, actually protected people, but no. We're just going to ban it and pretend like a black market doesn't exist.
And you're only talking 7 years ago, and they're struggling, racing to catch up. But during this time,
they made the situation the way it is. They had a chance to regulate it. Start off with loose regulations that everybody could comply with. And then you could actually start chipping away at the things that might be causing harm to people and, narrow the market down, create more regulations as in, having a safety test things, and every product has to have the safety testing before it's released on the market. No, we're not doing that. We're going to put out this extensive process that literally these companies put in 9, 10 gigabytes of data per application from a company
that nobody looks at.
That nobody even looks at. Because we're just going to deny it because it didn't contain one thing that we specifically said you don't need. And they wonder why they're in court. Meanwhile, 1,400 people die every single day from smoking a cigarette. The number hasn't changed because the FDA's pooched the screw to this whole problem.
time period, there have been all kinds of just horror stories that have existed with people that choose to use vape products.
Horror stories? What horror stories? Oh, you mean the ones that were using black market tainted THC carts and breathed oil into their lungs? Oh, I'm sorry. You still don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you moron.
In a statement to Fox 8 this afternoon, the state's Alcohol and Tobacco Commissioner acknowledges this law gives ATC regulatory authority of all vape products in the state. He says ATC will vigorously defend its obligation to protect Louisiana citizens, and he says he looks forward to a decision rendered in its favor. The registry was supposed to have been made public already, but due to this new lawsuit filed by the Louisiana Convenience and Vape Association, it has now been pushed back to Monday at the earliest. Meg?
Thank you, David.
Oh, thank you, David. This story was put out back in November. And, you know, the wheels of justice work so wonderfully. And these regulations are so fantastic and protect so many people that they still don't have a list of authorized products for sale in the state.
Holy moly, man.
You think that's bad? It gets worse, mate. That's just the first story.
Holy shit.
Ready to be an e-commerce pioneer?
Can it get any worse? Yes.
Sure.
Customize your store so you can...
E-cigarettes and other vapes are not supposed to be for kids, but they're in the hands and...
They are not supposed to be for kids.
Hang on. So are cigarettes. So are cigarettes.
I disagree with that statement, but that's a different story.
Yeah.
I'm an outlier. I'm a realist. I know that at-risk youth are going to do at-risk youth behaviors. And if e-cigarettes and vaping products didn't fucking exist, guess what they would be doing? Smoking a cigarette that will kill them, or at least half of them, over the course of their life. Vaping products won't kill anybody. Nicotine vaping products, that is, because it's water soluble.
Yeah.
Lungs of many high schoolers anyway.
A new state law, though, is hoping to curb advertising that some believe is targeted to kids.
Please tell me, show me this advertising. Once again, the same fucking bullshit messaging. Advertising to kids. Where's the ad? I've never seen a TV show that showed me an ad about a vape. I've never seen an online source show me an advertisement about a vape.
That's what I'm saying. Where they're seeing these adverts, we don't get adverts for vapes.
No company in their right mind would put out an advertisement for a vaping product.
No.
Because there will be a poster child for the antis. The marketing goes like this. Oh, you're XYZ vape shop and you want to carry our products? Okay. As long as you carry them in your store and you guarantee that you're not going to sell it to anybody under 21, we'll sell our product to you. That's the marketing plan for these vapes. But no, they're not going to tell you the truth because then it's not scary.
Berger asked some local schools if they think this will help.
Splashed with bright colors and offering an array of flavors, most vapes don't look much like a pack of smokes, even if they are supposed to be for the same people, adults.
Of course they don't look like a pack of smokes.
But there you go. They're seeing advertising. There's no advert. They're looking at a product in a shop.
You know who's advertising this? The news. The news is showing all these younger people vaping.
Exactly. They're doing it.
Not people our age that actually bought this stuff and used it to quit smoking.
When it's so overt and explicit in who they're targeting, I'm glad that Texas took action in this case.
She's a marketing professor that doesn't know shit about marketing because these products aren't marketed to children. The only people marketing to them are people like you, talking about it to the news and letting everybody and their kids that are sitting there eating dinner, watching the news with mom and dad, learn about vapes and go, hey, man, if I want to be a bad boy this year, I got to pick up a vape. Wonder which one of my friends I can kite one from. Or do I have to break into the local convenience store to steal the vapes they have there so I can go run look cool?
As of January 1st, it's illegal in Texas to market or sell e-cigarette products in containers that show cartoon characters that mimic ones aimed at minors, that mimic the trademark or look of kids' products, that include symbols primarily used to market to kids, that include a celebrity's image or include an image of food like candy or juice. Northside and Northeast ISDs have both had hundreds of vaping violations this school year. Both districts hopeful this could help.
Hopefully, because we are working on that intervention side, we'll get some traction. I'm optimistic.
I think a little bit of trickling in of different pieces that all come to an amalgamation of one larger holistic, lowering the numbers.
Though a marketing professor tells us it would be long-term dividends.
I mean, look at when we enacted legislation on cigarettes and smoking. It took decades for that to filter down.
But the law also...
How many people die in decades from cigarette smoking? Because we want to protect the kids.
I'm sorry, but that excuse is wearing a bit thin now.
Also specifies this is about nicotine. The majority of both districts' vape cases this year have been for THC.
If we thought about this in a sense maybe 20 years ago, where you have students who are using marijuana in the bathrooms to the same level that they use these vapes in our bathrooms, you would have a community outcry at this point.
Aw, so a couple bad apples ruins it for everybody, including the people that are dying from smoking cigarettes. Sure.
Vape and marijuana is a total different entity. It's not vape and nicotine, so...
They don't have a problem with people smoking marijuana. Well, yeah, sure, they don't want kids smoking marijuana, but they don't go after the adults that are consuming these products for cannabis and Delta-8 and THC and...
Wow, man, it's just hypocrisy, innit?
Days to support
House Bill
4758 went into effect.
And this one, I have to literally turn it up because you literally can't hear the dang thing. I don't know why these people can't put their volume on it the way it's supposed to be.
That one limits the marketing of e-cigarettes, something that lawmakers say often targets minors, using things like symbols, celebrities, cartoon characters, or food that could potentially attract the attention of young people.
Our Josh Maxwell spoke with one local vape store employee along with an area judge to try to get a good look at just how balanced the new law is. He's here with us tonight live. Josh?
Mike, Leslie, it's no surprise that vaping has grown in popularity over the years and has even made its way into our schools right here in the area. One vape store employee said that while the new law has good intentions, it also has its drawbacks. It's a habit that's become far too normalized in the new age.
It's the habit that's become far too normalized in the new age. No, it hasn't. Talk to any adult out there, even the ones that have picked up vaping and given up cigarette smoking, and they will not tell you that vaping has become normalized. They will tell you that they feel just as chastised for using a vape as they do if they were still smoking cigarettes.
Well, there's another thing, right? The saying vape store marketing, right? So a proper vape shop, you won't be allowed to enter until you have legal age anyway. So there shouldn't be any kids going in a proper vape shop. So where they're getting the marketing from that from, I don't know. The marketing is coming from your little corner shops that stock on disposables where everybody can walk in and see them. That's where the marketing is, not in a vape shop. In here, UK, you can't walk in a vape shop, a dedicated vape shop, unless you're 18. Can't do it.
And you can't do it in the United States unless you're 21.
So
and a lot of the vape stores won't even let you bring your kid in with you unless you are unaccompanied. Like the local vape store here, if they have a child that wants to come in with mom and dad, they will literally walk them to the door and say, I will bring out whatever product you want to buy, but we can't have your child in here because they're so scared of somebody walking by the store with the door open when another customer walks in and them seeing a kid in the store and then having somebody take a picture of it and submit it to the local news channel that they will legit not allow anybody underage in their store.
But that's how it should be anyway. So how are they saying that vape shops are marketing towards children?
Well, how is this guy saying that it's normalized? It's become too normalized.
Bullshit.
Vaping. Except now, a new law is now limiting how vape shops can market e-cigarette products. The primary goal of the new Texas law, protecting minors.
Target that so that to the point where kids will not get influenced by that, because a lot of it's the flavors of the
Kids will not get influenced by that. Well, if you don't let them have access to it, they're getting it from a black market. What the heck does the packaging have anything to do with what they do from the black market? The black market doesn't have a billion selection of things like a store does. Whatever they got, that's what you're going to buy.
Wow.
Marketing is not even an influence or a force. This is nothing but propaganda.
The different vape pens.
Judge Joe Benavides.
Vape pens. Once again, THC uses vape pens. No vapor goes around saying, I have a vape pen.
Says that his court frequently sees minors when it comes to the offense of vaping, and says that the new law will help loosen the influence the habit can have on today's youth.
The products aren't sold to the minors, but it's how they advertise the product.
But
once
they're
again,
doing it's a vape shop. It's your corner shop that's advertising them, not a vape shop.
But even a corner shop isn't going to advertise it. They might have it on display on the counter, but that's not advertising it.
That engages the minor to buy the product.
Sean,
you're not going to buy it from a legal store. Are you going to have bad actors, own a little convenience store or whatever that they're going to sell to whoever just to get the product moving? Sure, there's always going to be bad apples out there. But to say that, make that blanket statement over the whole industry is bullshit.
And there's another example of the propaganda they're doing. Look at all the vapors they're showing vaping. Not one old person, they're all young'uns.
Yeah. They're the ones that are doing the advertising.
Yeah.
Janowski works at the Vapor Vault in Rockport and says that the new law has already forced them to mark down or completely pull inventory from their shelves.
We had to put everything on deep discounts all the way to basically what we paid for it.
Sean says that while he understands the sentiment behind the law, he says that it shouldn't apply to shops like his.
We are a 21 and up establishment. Children don't come in here unless they're with their parents.
Saying that in the end,
21
the
up
law still
establishment.
has a ways to go.
The purpose behind this law is to protect children from the influence of the marketing. They can't look through our windows gazing longingly at a picture of a strawberry and go, I want to vape a strawberry. They're not going to do that.
Now, as a reminder, violating the law can lead to...
They can't look through the store as it is, so how are they marketing to them?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's a proper vape shop doesn't market to children. It's your corner shops where they're on display. That's where the marketing is.
You're going to love this one because this one comes from the BBC.
Safely removes pore gunk. Just like that. The #1 trusted blackhead remover. Biore.
This is a brief history of B&H. Everyone's favorite photo.
Government is taking steps to crack down on rogue firms targeting children with free vape samples. It comes as recent NHS figures for 2021 showed that 9% of 11 to 15-year-olds use e-cigarettes, up from 6% in 2018. We can go live now to Dr. Nick Hopkinson, a respiratory specialist at Imperial College London and chair of Action and Smoking and Health. Thank you very much for joining us. Is that a worrying, concerning figure that percentage has gone up in terms of usage?
Yes, no, it is. It is definitely a cause for concern. We know very clearly that vaping is much less harmful than smoking, and that for people who smoke, switching across to vaping is one of the most effective ways to quit the habit. But at the same time as trying to make sure that vaping is something that's available to smokers, we need to really deal with this issue of young people, being able to access vaping and finding it appealing and taking it up.
Why is it more concerning that teenagers are vaping compared to adults? Because there is a discrepancy in terms of how it impacts the body.
Yeah, well, I think most adults who are doing it are doing it in order to quit smoking, and that's definitely.
Do you notice that all the pictures they're showing are of all young people too?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's all young people. Why? Here, I'll go on the news. 57, I'm vaping for champion. You know what I mean?
Why don't they have anybody that looks like me vaping?
Yeah.
A good thing.
Propaganda.
In young people, I think there is a concern that as the lungs are growing, that lungs need to breathe clean air, and
Well, why don't you go after the buses that are contaminating clean air? Because that doesn't exist. It's a fake. It's a fallacy. There is no such thing as clean air. Maybe if you go in the countryside, hang out with a bunch of sheep.
Towns and cities, there's no clean air. None at all.
And if instead they're inhaling the material from e-cigarettes, even if it is, as I've said, much less harmful than smoking, it still will be causing some harms, or maybe setting them up for lung problems in the future.
And in terms of the impact it has on the body, we hear, as you were saying, there's lots of positives about vaping, particularly if people are trying to stop smoking. But there is impact on our bodies if we.
Only smoking for kids. They're not allowed to have harm reduction.
Wow.
They're only allowed to have the most dangerous, deadly proven product on the planet.
Second to alcohol.
For that age group, sure.
Yeah.
We continue to vape for prolonged periods of time.
Yeah, I think there's two things. So for children, there's evidence that the vapor can cause some inflammatory changes in the lung, and that may interfere with the way that the lungs grow, so they don't reach their full potential. And it may also set up problems in the lung that make people more vulnerable to getting lung disease in later life. And obviously, if somebody starts smoking when they're young and then carries on for a long time, over 10, 20, 30 years, it's likely that.
See, this is something else that really bugs me. All his research that he's read and knows about is specific to the research and studies that were done with cigarette smoking. But he's talking about vaping as being exactly the same.
Yeah, he is. See, that the other argument they're seeing is that there hasn't been enough research, or like you say, like with cigarettes, they've been gone for decades and decades, but vaping's only been 20, 30 years tops, and there's still not enough research of long-term effects.
Right.
How much?
But
what do you mean long-term? But how long do you need to get your first death of somebody from vaping? Then that's it. Hey, it's vaping's bad from you. Fuck off.
But see, here's the thing, and the wonderful thing about science is you can extrapolate things. You can take a look at a cell, expose it to cigarette smoke, measure how much damage is done to that cell, do the exact same thing, use an e-liquid that's vaporized and pushed onto that same cell, and realize by measuring the constituents on that cell, the damage-causing constituents, we've already shown the studies that show this, that some of them, it's indistinguishable from room air, from clean air that they're talking about, right? And yes, some of them are elevated slightly from clean air, but they are just a tiny, minuscule portion compared to how much you would have if it was cigarette smoke that was affecting that cell.
Yeah.
And you can do the math and extrapolate and predict it. Okay, if it takes 30 years for cigarette smoking to cause harms on the body on a systemic level that causes disease and death, and vaping is only a minuscule portion of that, how much science do we have to have before we finally can, some brave scientists out there can say that the harms caused by vaping will never be realized in a person's natural course of life?
Exactly.
They are much more likely to die from the soot that they consumed from buses than they would from vaping.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Definitely.
That will have some cumulative impact. And the same as the advice that we give to any adult who is smoking, who uses vaping to quit smoking, they should try to they need to switch across completely, and they should try, in due course to stop the vaping as well if they can, but obviously not at the expense of going back to smoking.
Look at that facial expression on him.
I can kind
He's
of see
biting
that
his tongue
argument,
because
right?
he's holding back because he doesn't believe with what he just said.
Yeah, I can kind of see what that's technically the theory behind vaping. It is to come off the cigarettes, reduce your nicotine intake, and obviously wean yourself off nicotine and eventually quit vaping. Right? That's the goal of it, I suppose. That's its aim. But if you enjoy it and then it becomes a hobby, it's a different
See, I was brought up in the vaping sphere differently than you were. You've always had Public Health England pushing it as a way to quit smoking, right? When I got into vaping and I learned about vaping and I found out about it from local stores and went to visit them the first time, it was never pushed as a way to quit smoking. It was pushed as an alternate choice to cigarette smoking.
Alternative, yeah.
Because they weren't trying to push it as a medical product. It was against the law for them to say that it's going to help you quit smoking. They had to message it. The marketing I got when I walked into a vape shop was, this is an alternative choice that may be healthier for you than if you continue to smoke cigarettes. That's it. That's all they were ever allowed to say. And that's what my brain hears when I hear people talking about it. That's why I get so infuriated when I see somebody like this and I can read body language and I go, look at his mouth. He's biting his lips because he doesn't agree with what just came out of his mouth.
Exactly. He's just doing it for the cameras, isn't he?
It's part of the messaging that Ash is doing to minimize youth uptake. But in the back of his mind, he doesn't believe what he said. In the back of his mind, he's looked at the cell studies and he knows that the likelihood of a child that starts vaping and never smoked a cigarette having long-term damage and health consequences of it won't be realized until he's already dealing with health consequences of a bad diet and poor exercise and, a shitty life.
Oh,
That's the reality of it. The messaging is so ass backwards.
And so, Dr. Hopkinson, what do you think of this new rule then to close that loophole to give out free vapes to younger people?
I think it's important that this loophole is closed, and in fact, some backbench amendments to the Health and Social Care Bill in 2021. Supported by Action on Smoking and Health would have done this. There was support to stop this loophole that free samples could be given to children, and also other measures that could have been introduced then to make e-cigarettes less appealing to children. Were there and available as amendments to that bill, but unfortunately the government voted them down. So it's great that 2 years on they're now prepared to take some steps. But what is being proposed, even though it's positive, I mean it's better that they do it than they don't do it. It's really inadequate to meeting the challenge. One of the most important things is that e-cigarette is disposable e-cigarettes in particular, which children are using a lot, are really cheap. So the government could introduce a £5 excise tax on disposable vapes right now, and that would mean that they weren't available for pocket money prices.
Is that true? Is £5 going to make that much of a difference that kids won't buy that?
No. When you look at the packet of cigarettes now, they're like 15 quid. It's stopping them smoking. No, they're just buying black market. Doesn't work. If you want something, you'll get it. Simple.
You can get anything on the black market. You can get online and order ecstasy.
Exactly. Bullshit, man.
And would also mean that as a good
go in the government's pocket.
Exactly.
That £5 would be a tax. It'd be for the government, not for fucking health reasons. It'll go in the government's coffers for them to go and buy their new fucking pond or something for their mansion. That's where that'll go. bullshit, man.
That had an excise tax on it would introduce a number of other ways that they could crack down on illegal sales. So, the government knows what to do. It just needs to get on with it. And this is a good measure.
Listen, if they were to take and put a 5-pound excise tax on disposable products, I wouldn't like the idea of it. But if they did that and made it exclusively to support Border Force or HMRC, from going in and doing shop inspections, basically take the 5-pound tax that you're going to collect on these disposables and go and basically hire a bunch of inspectors to go around and check the shops for legitimate products.
It's funding regulation. That's what you want to do. Funding and regulate the trade and standards.
Funding enforcement of existing regulations.
Trading standards. I think we've seen videos in the past, but the trading standards in the UK, they haven't got the bodies to go and do all these inspections on various shops because of lack of funding. So if they put that £5 into them and they can get more bodies out, I'm all for it. Easy. But I don't see why, the legal vapor should suffer the consequences of that kind of shit. There's like a pro and a con on both sides, isn't it? I mean, you've got plenty of adult. I've seen loads of adults who use disposables, tons of them, young, old, whatever. They use them on a daily basis. Why should they be hammered with a £5 tax because some fucking wanker in a shop selling kids vapes? It's fucking bullshit. It's regulation.
Yeah.
And yes, the tax. Yeah, I totally agree with the tax that funded if it went to the right funding for the trading standards. But you and me,
they're not going to do that though. They're going to do it and spend it on something else ridiculous. Harwinder, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you coming here. We don't know anything about the Elf-World i15 Pro 12,000 puff because it's not for sale here. And that's something else that these regulations and legislators don't understand. That when you go and you ban specific things, like right now the FDA is going after Elf Bar, right? So guess what Elf Bar as a company is going to do? They're going to stop sending Elf Bar branded products to the United States. They're going to start up a sister company called Squirrel Bar. And guess what? All their products are going to be sold with a new label on the thing, a new company name. Yeah. And then when the FDA sends Squirrel Bar, because they realized, oh my God, it's the same product, then they're going to rebrand it and call it Triangle Bar.
Yeah, we'll just keep moving on and moving on.
Because they refuse to do appropriate legislation to actually influence the things. They're legit trying to flick a light switch. And you're not going to stop the products. It's like, when they did with cocaine. They made cocaine illegal, got removed from the Coca-Cola that we were drinking. Not we were drinking, our great ancestors might have been drinking it. But did it stop people from getting a hold of it and using it? No.
It's
the war on drugs is unwinnable.
It's the same kind of scenario as companies going bust and then starting them under another name. You get a company that's rattled up the desk, they'll bankrupt themselves, then the next thing they start up a company 3 weeks later in a new name from scratch with a new credit file. Vaping could do exactly the same thing. Exactly the same.
And the thing is, these products have gotten so technologically advanced nowadays that, because they're out there to appease the customers. It's always been like that. That's one thing and reason why China's products are so ubiquitous out there, because they're customer focused. They want to improve their products constantly and try and respond to what the customers ask for. Because if you do that, you're going to sell more when you make those changes. It's common sense.
These companies, it's their business, it's their bread and butter. They're going to find ways to trade. You know what I mean? That's what they do. You know what I mean?
Most disposables are pretty much similar. You've got different sizes, shapes. They're all pretty much the same technology inside. You get some really advanced ones like this one that has a display on it, but most of them are just simply a battery, a little board that regulates the voltage and wattage to the coil, and then you've got a sponge in there that's filled with e-liquid. And the purpose of the sponge is like they have on printer ink cartridges. If you do happen to tilt it, guess what? That sponge keeps it equally distributed throughout the entire thing. And that way your coil is always going to be covered in e-liquid until the entire sponge is empty.
Yeah. Crazy, man. Absolutely crazy.
Okay, so that was the UK talking about the health effects on BBC News, right? Mixed messaging, just exactly what we want to present to the adult smoker out there trying to quit. And now we have the full extreme of Australia, who's pretty much banned disposable products. And we already talked about how is this going to actually affect the outcome,
at the border from
right?
federal government takes a huge.
Let's jump really quickly over to our DJ desk because the market's already responded. That's no longer a disposable product.
Yeah.
It's no longer a single-use device. That's a proper sealed pod, a mod, and a battery. So your single-use disposable ban didn't do shit. Didn't actually influence the market at all.
But on the other side of the coin, you've got devices like these, which have got the sealed battery, but they're rechargeable. So these are not a single use either, but they're a very similar design.
And then you have the classic mod and tank with batteries.
Yeah. But you get
playing whack-a-mole.
Tanks with you've got mods like this with LiPo batteries in as well, sealed battery mods. Just man, so it's like Russian roulette, man, isn't it?
That's exactly what it is. Russian roulette, whack-a-mole. They keep sitting there slugging away at this, and they aren't actually doing anything good to improve the situation.
Step to stop nicotine addiction. Let's bring in federal politics reporter Eliza Edwards in Canberra. Eliza, this is a big step, but it's going to take a lot of enforcement.
It definitely will, Sarah. We know that vapes have caused massive problems in our communities and schools. The government is now trying to turn off the supply tap for those disposable vapes. Those are the...
Where are they getting these disposable vapes? Are they getting them from stores and shops? Or are they getting them from the black market? Is banning adults' access to these products going to change the black market? Yes.
Nope.
Not the way they think it is going to, though. It's going to make it worse.
The ones usually found in the hands of children. So from tomorrow, importing disposable vapes will be illegal, meaning any found at the border will be destroyed, and there'll be fines for anyone caught importing them. But for the vapes already in Australia, it is going to be a tough task to get rid of them, and doctors are anticipating a surge in young people who will be trying to quit.
Notice that the doctors aren't going to be realizing a surge in young people switching to combustible cigarettes. They're not going to go and switch to Durries. No, they're just going to stop. Nah. Clive Bates had the perfect thing. He talked about it in the E-cigarette summit. He's like, if we were to completely wipe off vapes from the face of the earth, right? What are these children going to do? Are they going to go and all of a sudden start going and taking up piano lessons? They're going to go learn ballet? No.
The perfect model child.
This has been a major gateway for young people to start using nicotine and then getting massively addicted, across the country because of the slick marketing and, the flavours.
The slick marketing and flavors. The same bullshit. What marketing? Flavors that adults want to have access to and can get in any other product across the planet. I guess, cotton candy vodka doesn't appeal to children. Only when it's in a vape is cotton candy appealing.
Mm-hmm. Sarah, in a few months' time, the government will also make it illegal to sell and manufacture disposable vapes as well.
All right, Eliza, thank you for that.
And this is where Australia has a fighting chance right now. These legislations aren't actually in effect yet. The law hasn't been passed yet. Are they going to be able to stop it?
Exactly.
It's going to be a tough-ass fight. More than likely, they're not going to succeed, but I wouldn't give up just because they've already, told you that it's banned. I would be calling my freaking representative, my MP, every single day until it finally comes around to see things from my point of view. I don't know if you saw that, Kenny. Sean wants to know how you're doing today.
I'm just catching up with chat there now. I'm fine, buddy. Absolutely fine. I'm just catching up with chat.
For the update.
See what's going on.
The importation of vapes will be banned as part of a major New Year crackdown to curb addiction and stop.
Oh, that's the first time I've heard that word. To curb addiction. We're going to stop people from being addicted.
The black market.
Let's bring in the president of the New South Wales AMA, Dr. Michael Bonning, to break it all down for us. Michael, good morning to you. Is it enough to curb Australia's vaping crisis, particularly among the youth?
This has.
Why do they think, and why do they keep saying, particularly among youth? Do they not realize that more adults are going to be affected by this bullshit than kids?
Why are they calling it a vaping crisis? Or vaping crises?
It's not like everything was fine before Christmas and then all of a sudden it's a crisis.
Exactly.
It's taken a long time, but it is a welcome change to legislation and regulation here in Australia. The banning of the importation and the sale of disposable vapes from tomorrow is landmark legislation. We're the first in the world to do this. It is a big step. It's going to take a lot of enforcement as well. We were just talking about the fact that there's, vape shops everywhere. You can, buy them at servos. All of those things will be a real challenge. But what we also know is that this has been a major gateway for young people to start using nicotine and then getting massively addicted, across the country.
People don't get addicted to it. They get massively addicted.
You know what it is? It's like a fucking record. You hear the same shit of every single radio news broadcaster in every single country. The same old record. They're all saying the same fucking thing time and time again.
Best thing I ever did was try to take a world view of vaping, because you see the exact same wording and terminology used in every single news report
everywhere
that ever talks about vaping. Everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It is logically impossible for everybody to use the exact same terminology and phrasing and focus on the exact same bullshit unless it's an orchestrated propaganda campaign that is bringing this to light.
There just must be emailing scripts out. There's a script. You stick to that. There's a script. There's a script.
Listen, here's the best part. This butthead is the Australian Medical Association's president, right?
Yeah.
The president of the Australian Medical Association doesn't give a shit about public health. That's the biggest misnomer in the world. You know what he gives a shit about? Doctors having a job tomorrow. That's all he cares about.
Exactly.
Doctors getting the greatest reimbursement from the, health insurance and the payment schemes that are in place. That's all he cares about. Doctors being busy. And the bread and butter for him is doctors that have to have a prescription and keep them busy and seeing patients all the time. That's all he cares about. Biggest misnomer in the world is people think that the medical association, these body part organizations want to eliminate the things that they're body part representatives of. No.
Because of the slick marketing and the flavors and just even non-nicotine vapes, where we know that when we confiscate them and test them, actually 90% of them have nicotine in them.
Yeah, and it's the belief.
That's because you had to have a prescription to have them, so they got them mislabeled to get them through the door at customs.
That so many believe that it's healthier than smoking. Look, can you just quickly take us through some of the changes that begin January 1?
So what we're going to see from tomorrow is that the importation of disposable vapes is ceased. What has been happening there is that There is, however, a large amount of vapes still already brought into the country. And what is also then going to happen is the sale of disposable vapes will cease from tomorrow as well. Now, the real challenge there is the enforcement.
Oh, the real challenge is enforcement, because we do know that there is a black market. We do know that we just made all these products illegal for legitimate sale in a legitimate retail establishment. So now it's all going to instantly be converted into black market inventory.
We've just sent it all underground, mate.
And if you spend 10, 50, 100 grand on importing all these things to have as inventory for your 15 stores that you have, are you just going to write it off and throw it in the bin? Nobody in their right mind would do that. But you got some bloke that'll give you 300 grand for 150 grand worth of inventory. Well, guess what? It's no longer going to be for sale in your store, but the products are still going to be sold for double the price they were selling for before on the black market.
Even more, triple the price.
Nothing to see here. No concerns about a black market in Australia. No worries. No worries, mate.
Warning a ban on single-use vapes might lead to a thriving black market. Today, Queensland reporter Andrew Crothers has the latest on this from Brisbane. Andrew, good morning. Border Force, they might not be able to keep up.
They might not be able to keep up. How successful are they at controlling legitimate cigarettes in the market? That's what I want you guys to pay attention to.
Yeah, good morning, Clint. It was hailed the game changer to help tackle Australia's vaping epidemic. The first major step in a crackdown by banning all single-use vapes coming into Australia, regardless of whether they contain...
It's went from a vaping crisis now to a vaping epidemic on this report.
Yes.
Okay. Let's get worse and worse, isn't it?
God, I love it when you pick up on the same language that I caught, right? When I first saw it the first time, I'm going, what? Wow.
Crisis to an epidemic. Whoa, we've jumped the fucking...
Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't brought the C word up in the conversation.
Well, that's weird, eh?
But now an Australian Border Force officer, a former one who actually led the tobacco strike force, Rowan Pike, he's come out saying that he believes Border Force will struggle to do the job, pointing to the amount of cocaine which is already on Australia's streets, but also suggesting that this ban could further fuel the black market. So the border ban, it came into effect yesterday. 1 day in, the ABF says it's already stopping these illegal supplies in their tracks.
In the first 24 hours of the new ban coming into play, we've seen seizures in all those environments, as mentioned before, international mail or air cargo environment. Part of the messaging today is, unless you've got a permit or a licence to import those vapes, they will be seized.
$80 million has been committed to the ABF.
Hang on, whoa. Just, unless you've got a licence to import or sell them vapes, but they ban them.
They banned disposable vapes, mate. You could still order these into Australia because they haven't passed the laws banning other disposable, non-disposable products. That's coming in March.
As well as the Therapeutic Goods Administration to help enforce the government's vaping crackdown over the next 2 years. Clint.
Thanks so much, Andrea. Well, the world's toughest vaping laws are now in effect, with Australian Border Force told to destroy any devices from entering the country. Let's bring in Deputy Commissioner Tim Fitzgerald live for us at Sydney Airport this morning.
I wonder if that $80 million that they got an increase in their budget to deal with vapes is going to pay for dumpsters. For all the shit that they're catching that they have to destroy. We can't afford to hire anybody new. We just need to buy the dumpsters and pay the sanitation authority to haul away all this stuff we're confiscating, even though we're only going to confiscate maybe 10% of it.
And Ian, then is there the environmental impact? How are you going to destroy these things? Are you going to bury them in the landfill, or are you going to incinerate them? That's going to be good for our climate.
Or are you going to recycle them?
Can you see that happening? The cost?
Deputy Commissioner, good morning. Could this be a game changer, do you think?
Morning, Clint. Yeah, it definitely is a game changer in terms of the legislation that's now in place as of the 1st of January. Makes it a lot easier for us as Australian Border Force to seize illicit vapes as they cross our border in all our environments, whether it's through the international mail, air cargo, sea cargo, or even through our airports.
What about in a retail space? Shop owners have been warned as well. What are the consequences for those who are caught?
So there's certainly significant consequences. Our focus is generally on the importers. Under the new legislation, an importer of vapes or e-cigarettes is required to have a permit or a licence to import. We will look to intervene with those people that attempt to import illicit vapes across the border. That can be in the form of obviously seize and destroy, but we'll also look at infringement notices, so financial penalties, and at the higher end of the scale when you start to involve organised crime, which we know are responsible for around 75% of the importation of illicit tobacco and vapes into a...
Hang on a minute. Organised crime are not going to send their goods through a normal fucking border force, are they? They're not going to go through customs. They're not going to go, oh, we're the gangs of Australia. Can we have some vape devices, please? Fuck off.
Did you hear how much of the tobacco products are on the black market already that don't seek inspection facilities from Border Force? 75% of the tobacco in Australia is sold and purchased on the black market.
Exactly. And it's all going through customs, is it? No. You fucking numpty. Holy moly, fuck me. So they can't regulate illegal cigarettes, so what the fuck they're going to do with vaping? Oh, Jesus.
Imagine you end up in prison, and in the cell there are people who done bank robberies, etc., and they ask you, what are you in for, mate? I was trying to import some vapes. This is going to be the laughing stock of the prison.
This could be oh my God.
Australia, they'll start to look at prosecution and potential custodial sentences.
Hey Tim, paint a picture for us. What have you seen or what are you seeing right now in Sydney where you are? How widespread is this issue at the border?
Oh, it is significant, and even just in the first 24 hours of the new ban coming into play, we've seen seizures in all those environments, as mentioned before, international mail, or air cargo environment, and sea cargo environment.
That's because people placed these orders 6 months ago, and they're just now finally getting their shipment.
That's the current stock that they want to get in. That's what you're seeing it. Once them orders stop, the black market will... Fucking hell, man.
By then, everything's going to be transitioned into the black market. You've got criminal organizations. Here's the thing. They've just eliminated all the mom and pop stores. They eliminated all the basic retail shops that have been ordering this stuff to sell to their customers because, well, they want to keep their customers happy. And if they have it, people buy it. And if they're buying it, well, they're making money on it. So now you've eliminated all that. We've already admitted that 75% of the tobacco sales in Australia are already on the black market, being sold by criminal organizations. Well, you just gave them a whole new product to start adding to the ships that are bringing in the cocaine and the cannabis and the loose leaf chop shop tobacco that's already there. Now they're going to have electronic cigarettes as part of their inventory.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that ka-ching? Can you hear the ka-ching? That's the tills on the black market. That's going to be no rattling. They're just going to be rattling. You fucking idiots. Honest to God, what a bunch of wankers. They can't see the woods for the trees, these people. Honestly, there's a want in them.
Nope. They just don't get it.
Proved generation after generation, decade after decade, century after century. Prohibition does not fucking work. End of.
Here's what's going to happen to Border Force. Splat. Nothing. They are not going to be able to catch
planet.
but maybe 1 out of 10 packages that are sent through. If they're lucky.
Exactly.
It's a joke. But we got plenty of propaganda going on.
You watch this, right?
used to pay 100.
You watch a report in 6 months' time and they come back. Oh, I bought a bunch.
Many e-cigarettes.
Have you confiscated any more vape? No, I haven't. Oh, so the ban must be working. No, the black market is now fucking right.
We just talked about last week about how the tobacco shops are getting firebombed. The cartels are already trying to take out their competition.
Holy moly. I'm fucking blown away by that. Like, I am totally blown away by that.
And you know who's the worst at marketing to children? Right there. ABC News Australia. Look at this little propaganda shindig that they whipped up for freaking YouTube. Right? Oh, black market. Vaping so horrible. Who is featured? The children. Kids. The only ones about the marketing to kids are the freaking news authorities and tobacco control. Let's go around on the streets and ask all the kids, all the young people we can find, what they think about vaping. Oh, that's cool. It's better than smoking dirties. Oh, all my friends do it. Everybody's doing it.
It's so ridiculous. It's laughable. That's the horrible thing about it. It's just.
And you know who's
ridiculous.
the cheerleader behind all of this? You know who that is, don't you? Good old Emily Banks.
Emily Banks. There you go.
The puppeteer from the Australia National University. She's the puppeteer for tobacco control in Australia. It's her science that they're basing all this bullshit laws on. It's a total failure. She and Simon Chapman having a big romp. Meanwhile, all the mom and pop vape shops are getting run out of business. And good old black market Butler orchestrating this whole thing. What a jagoff.
And accept these as a way of Australian life are the people profiting from it right now. And
I don't profit from it. Kenny, do you profit from us doing this weekly thing? Or are we trying to, I don't know, maybe convince the smokers out there that there's a better alternative that isn't going to kill you or put you in the hospital ICU bed if you pick one up?
We take a different view.
Smoking rates in Australia have slowly been on the decline ever since campaigns were launched in the 1970s.
Since the 1970s.
70s?
50 years to go from 22.5% to 10.6%. And notice how this chart ends where it does. It's not 2022 anymore.
Again. Smoking vapes. Smoking vapes. Vaping is not smoking, dear. Sorry.
What black market? There's no black market. It's 100% successful. Nothing to see here. Move on. Oh, just wait. Just wait. See, here's the thing. Here's the data, 10.6%. It was already going down, and then they clamped down on it, made the prescription model, and it's gone up. And guess what's going to happen next year? You just wait. It's going to go up even more.
Yeah, you just wait what the smoking rate in Australia is going to be in 6 months.
It's going to be even higher than what it is now. Guarantee it. So let's say that you're in Australia and you want an actual vaping product and you're willing to go to the doctor to get this and you're willing to do whatever it takes, meaning you're going to get a prescription, you're going to go to your pharmacy, you're going to go see your chemist, and you're going to get a prescription product to replace your Dove Post setup that you got with your big chunky tank and your imported e-liquid that you had to nick up yourself. How much is that going to cost you?
Oh, probably more than a pack of cigarettes.
A lot more.
Exactly.
How about $150?
Holy fuck.
Or you can go buy a pack of Durries for $50, or you can go buy some Chop cigarettes for $25 from the black market.
It's the habit that's taken hold of young people, but shock new analysis.
Hold on, I'm going to put music on because I don't want a copyright claim.
Has found the cost of vaping is set to skyrocket as the government's world-first crackdown kicks in with potential unintended consequences.
Vaping has created a new generation who are addicted to nicotine.
On January...
A new generation addicted to nicotine.
It gets better
The
and better.
nationwide import ban on single-use disposable vapes kicked in. The only vapes allowed, those prescribed by a doctor to help people quit smoking.
So if you've already got a prescription for vaping products, place your order now, because you can still get your stuff through the door until they pass these laws.
Refillable vape from the GP, estimated to cost up to $150.
The purpose of vaping originally was to help people get off cigarette smoking, but then
That's not what it was sold to me as. It was an alternative to cigarettes.
Big Tobacco got involved and we had...
Big Tobacco didn't get involved until just recently, when they realized they were losing a bunch of customers and go, where's all of our customers going? Oh, all these mom and pop vape shops have been selling this stuff, and China's been making all these companies that are actually selling these things, and they're like continually improving these products like faster than we could ever do. Because we tried selling electronic cigarettes and nobody bought them because they were junk.
Colours and flavours, and that message has got lost.
New government...
No, the message was only one that you are highlighting. You're like a politician. You say what you want people to think.
There you go.
Data predicting the vaping crackdown will force 500,000 Aussies to seek out prescriptions for nicotine vapes each year, which means almost 1 million extra visits to the doctor at a...
Because the healthcare system loves to have brand new customers.
Yeah, Paul, lab works. Illegal smokes are now only $15 a pack. So you're not going to pay $50 for a pack, and you certainly are going to pay $150 for a vape. That's where you're going to go.
Could you send me the legislation? A link so I can actually read the legislation that they already passed? I was watching the video of Parliament last March discussing it, but I haven't seen the actual legislation that's passed.
Yeah, if you've got a link for that, Paul, appreciate it.
And that's another good thing that brings up. He just got done talking about, Border Force just got done talking about how 75% of the tobacco that's being sold in Australia right now comes from the black market, right? So we just saw that chart, showed it at 10%, but if 75% of the tobacco consumed in Australia is on the black market, nobody has any record of that tobacco being used.
Exactly.
So is it 15 to 17%, or is it actually like 30%? If only 25% of the tobacco is sold legitimately and 75% is illegitimate, how are these smokers being counted? Not by the sale of tobacco.
Of course, it's not good. That's what I'm saying. It's the black market thing. That's what I'm saying. The black market are not going to import cigarettes through customs. They're going to import them through wherever. And then they're certainly not going to sell them publicly and pay all the VAT and shit on them, are they?
They're going to be brought in on fishing vessels that are, you know, like harvesting shrimp or cod or who knows what. Or on tourist boats, in the hulls of tourist boats. Bricks at a time. It's not going to be brought in on a regular cargo ship. Unless you're willing to take the chance of getting busted for it.
Actually, it's been known to happen for the purpose of a decoy. They've sent it through a normal shipping, dropped little hints, they're getting tip-offs, customs sat and waiting for that while they've hauled twice the amount somewhere else in the country. Been known decoy shipments, they call them.
It's been a long time since we brought up the pictures of it, but the black market tobacco products, I did that as a thing the 1 week years ago. I think it was on the first season of the vlog. We actually brought in and showed all the different pictures in the way that black market cigarettes are sold. Chop chop, as it's called in Australia, loose leaf tobacco, as it's called here in the States, right? And how it goes across borders, like during Ukraine war, at the beginning of the Ukraine war, they literally showed it's not just like cocaine where they stuff them inside of your tires, the 4 tires on your car, and you drive that car across the border, go into a garage, they take and de-rim your tire and unload all the contents that you smuggled across the border. It's not gonna be any different for e-cigarettes and vaping products.
Exactly.
They have whole logs, trees, these big massive trees that are cut out, and they hollow out the tree and they seal the ends closed, and the entire inside of all these trees that are brought in as logs are nothing but illegitimate black market products.
So I'm saying people who smuggle are clever, you know, they want to hide it, they want to. And they'll use
the cartel's not going to bring it in on a cargo ship as a registered item.
Nope.
When low bulk billing rates, high gap fees, and the nation's GP shortage are already making it tough to see a doctor.
General practice in Australia is really struggling, and adding even more prescriptions, more prescribing for doctors is just simply going to make a bad problem even worse.
The analysis flagging young people could turn to tobacco if the new regime is too inconvenient.
It's not pushing them in the right direction. When they restrict vaping, they encourage and protect smoking and cigarettes.
Around 1.3 million adults vape in Australia, but only
1.3 million people right now are scrambling to try and find a way that they can continue smoking. What percentage of them are going to just go back and go buy a pack of Durries and call it a day?
Probably a very high percentage.
I'd say easily half of them. Half of them are just going to give up and buy a pack of Durries at the local servo or corner store or gas station. Or
I think it'll be higher. I really do.
Users have a prescription. The report also.
You know yourself as an ex-smoker or a vapor, if you haven't had your intake of nicotine for a certain length of time, you're going to become irate, you're going to become very angry, you're going to be pissed off, right? People who can't get vapes are not going to stop. They're going to go to cigarettes. And I can guarantee you, I reckon it'll be about 80-90% will go back to smoking. Bet you.
But here's the thing, Kenny. Currently, only 8% of those vapors have an actual prescription from their doctor and have been legally importing it into the country. 92% of them have been getting it from the black market already.
Exactly.
This law isn't going to stop that. It's only stopping the legitimate people. You know?
If they can stop everything, if they stop the black market, stop that, which they'll never do, a majority will go back to cigarettes. But I think
who is this ruining?
I'll reiterate that. I'll not say 90%. I'll probably say probably about 30% will probably go smoking because the rest will go to black market. If that.
They're going to keep buying on the black market until their black market supply dries up, and then they're going to go buy a pack of Durries and go back to smoking cigarettes.
Yeah. But that'll never happen. Black market never dries up. Supply and demand, they'll supply anything. As long as there's a demand for it, they'll get it.
I honestly think that it's going to get even better. Thanks, Paul. The only people that this is fucking is Sam the Vape and Bogan, Steve at Legion's Vapes, Legion's Lair. They can no longer do what they were doing because it's no longer legal for them to do that.
But
they turned them into criminals if they wanted to continue doing what they were doing.
Yeah. They're classing them doing reviews as advertising vape products. That's what they're doing.
Which is bullshit.
That's right. That's why Bogan's up in sticks. It's his, you know, it's his bread and butter. He earns a living from it, so that's why he's fucking off.
Because he designs products as well. And he can't
think
continue to do that part of the job.
I still think when he comes over here, you'll still fight for the cause in Australia, because obviously, you know, that's his country. But
yeah, but you know what? If you think about it, though, if you had to pick a country in the planet to move to, the UK has been the pinnacle for the most part.
Pretty much.
So if you're going to have to relocate, that's your best odds on the planet right now.
See, like I say, Vic's been hiding blogs of saying if Labour get in, which is probably is, he says they're all anti-vape, right? And he's gonna, it's predicting the doom and gloom. He's saying Australia can happen anywhere. Yes, in a sense, true. I don't think it'll happen in the UK. I think it'll make it more difficult in the UK, but I don't think it'll ever get outright banned. It's backed by NHS. The amount of investment that's went into it, because we're a socially run health service, they would lose billions, man. They couldn't afford to do it, theoretically, in this day and age.
It's never going to be completely banned in the UK, but I could see them instituting a prescription model.
Nah, they'll not work. They've looked at that. It'll not work. They've seen what a shambles of shit that is. That'll never work.
Have they already looked into it?
Our doctors haven't got time to high scripts over that. We're the same here. Our health service on its fuckers' knees. You can't even see a fucking doctor here. It's all telephone appointments. If you can get a face-to-face appointment with a doctor, you're a lucky bastard. I'm telling you. I've never had a face-to-face appointment for 2 years. At least it was last time I've seen. I don't even know who my fucking doctor is anymore. Because every time I do get to see one, somebody totally fucking different. We haven't got like a registered normal you get all these programs. Go see your GP. Well, good luck with that one, because I've never seen a GP for over 2 years. Everything's
They're already doing that, Paul. They're already cracking down on it. We're already censored. Yeah. Kenny about flipped his lid. What was probably 6 months ago. I showed him, our statistics on the YouTube stream. We had negative viewers. How the fuck is it possible to have negative viewers?
But I think even if Labour did try to implement bans, it would take at least another term.
And they're not going to do it all at once. They're going to do little bit by little bit. But I think it all boils down to the fact that tobacco control has always had the motto, even the ones that were in tobacco control that see the benefits of vaping still hold true to saying all vapors should attempt to quit and get off of vaping. You should transition from cigarettes to vaping and then eventually wean off of vaping.
Yeah, that's the kind of the intention here. That's what vaping is supposed to get you off the cigarettes, then gradually wean off vaping and quit altogether. Which is
fuck off! I enjoy this too much. You're not making me quit.
I know.
I will vape till my dying breath.
I know that's down to the individual, but that is the general consensus, and people have done it. People have done vaping, they've went down, and they've quit. Good luck to them. Kudos to the people who've done it.
Listen, if that's what you want to do, then go and do that. But you shouldn't force people to give it up.
No. That's
and I'm the kind of person, I'm a science-based person. If I saw that there was actualized harm that they show and demonstrated as something that would become an eventuality, like with cigarette smoke, as I'm getting older and I want to see my grandchildren and I want to be able to retire comfortably and, live my life out in a complete sense of the word, I mean, okay, I could see myself weaning off of vaping, but I have yet to find any scientific study out there that shows that I'm going to, if I do this the rest of my life, cause more harm than what I've already done to myself.
Plus, on the other side of the coin, would Labour look like a bunch of knobs if we're supposed to be making smoke-free Britain by 2030, whatever? Are they going to say, well, hang on, then you're all pro-smoking, then if you're going to ban something that's going to stop people smoking? It's a piggy in the middle situation. They'll just won't do it. It'll just not happen. Make them look like a bunch of arseholes. Oh, we're going to ban vaping, but we're still going to have the country smoke-free by 2030. Well, how are you going to do that, Mr. Labour Prime Minister? Patches?
Not going to be able to.
Guns? No, not happening. So that's why I'm pretty confident. I I think regulation get tighter, or it'll be more expensive. Like I say, they'll tax it, whatever. But I don't think it'll go. The only problem we're dealing with now is the disposable vape because of the kids. That's the highlight. They haven't really touched anything else on it as such yet. But then again, we've got to see what Labour's going to come up with. But I think the disposable road they're going down will be enforced. They will ban disposables. I think that will happen. But as far as vaping is concerned, banning it, they can't, man. There's too much money invested. They want to make the country smoke-free by 20, blah, blah, blah. There's too much. They're too tied up in it now to go and ban it. They're just, it'll be absolutely financially disastrous for them and all the businesses. It just
and for public health.
Yeah. And then, you're looking at the Royal Clinical Physicians, they've been on for decades. They'd be making them look like a bunch of idiots. Well, we don't believe you, we're just going to ban it. Well, so we've spent millions of pounds on research on vaping for what? You know what I mean?
The World Health Organization urged governments to ban all flavours of vapes on Thursday, a move that threatens cigarette companies' bets on smoking alternatives. Big tobacco firms have long been shifting to new nicotine products, and some researchers, campaigners and governments see e-cigarettes, or vapes, as a key tool in reducing the death and disease caused by smoking. But the WHO says urgent measures are needed to control them because new users are getting hooked on nicotine. Citing studies, the UN agency added there was insufficient evidence.
How many times have we seen that exact roll of footage?
Exactly.
That vapes help smokers quit and claimed they're harmful to health. Investors and analysts say that large firms have the most to lose if tobacco alternatives face the same rules as cigarettes. The WHO has no authority over national regulations and only provides guidance, but it and some other anti-tobacco organisations are pushing hard for stricter regulations on these.
Okay, they have no direct control over what your country does versus my country versus Australia versus the Philippines or Thailand.
They're just advisory.
They have a partnership with Google and in turn YouTube onto declaring what is appropriate messaging for the public.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we've been shadow banned on all these platforms and all these different things. So they have a lot more control than you think of, because once you change public perception, then the legislators can do whatever the fuck they want.
Well, I'll give our Tories some juice for that, because I think when they were approached by the World Health Organization about vaping, we totally just went, fuck off. I mean, we'll do what we do, not years, piss off. Especially when you're financed by one of the biggest con men on the fucking planet. Nah, not happening.
Well, you definitely can't rest on your laurels. And there may come a time in the next 5 years that you're going to have to speak up and start advocating for the protection of these things.
But again, why do you think Juul's not a big thing in the UK? Got chased, man. They didn't want the big American markets and political getting into our system through Juul, so they chased them.
They nipped it in the bud. But it didn't actually stop disposables from taking over your country.
No. But at the time, we didn't see it as a problem until now. Obviously, too late, isn't it?
Well, it's because the customers love it.
Exactly.
You know, as diehard vapors and advocates, it took me a long time to get comfortable enough to go, you know what, I'm going to try it. I know it's killing the vape industry. That's what everybody says. It's killing the vape industry, blah, 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 blah. But it became more and more ubiquitous. No matter what store I went into, especially when I went up to camp. I went up north into camp in the middle of the national forest, and the local grocery store, that's a little old style, small town store that has everything. I mean, it's basically, it's got a hardware store, it's a grocery store, it's got, a sandwich shop inside. It's the old style store, and guess what they had on the counter? Disposable vapes.
Yeah. Even an adult smoker, not a kid.
Somebody asked them for it, and they put it on sale, and they're selling like hotcakes, so they're going to keep them for sale.
Yeah. I've just pulled that up, but he must have sent you it on your Facebook.
Yeah, I'll check on it.
These newer nicotine products, taking aim at the alternatives on which some cigarette giants, like Philip Morris International and British American
William Dobson's put, that's an interesting, that's just kind of true. He says, like, in the UK, the amount of illegal vapes, like the 4,000 puff ones, is a major in the teen. That's the biggest problem. They're not just getting disposable vapes, they're getting illegal disposable vapes. Basically for the reason because they're not 2 milligram. You know, these 4,000 puffs, they must be holding at least, 10, 20 milligram liquid? Easy.
Which tells me that the black market is ubiquitous all around the planet. There isn't a single country that doesn't have black market supply of these products.
Exactly.
Tobacco are basing their future strategies. PMI is the world's largest tobacco company by market.
This is something else that it really shocks me. Every single movie and TV show that you watch, there's a good chance that you can see somebody actually smoking cigarettes in there.
No,
but I've never seen, other than the one show that we talked about the one time, where somebody was actually vaping, and the producer of that particular movie wanted to use the stigmatism associated with vaping to make this lady look evil. So he had her vape in it to play to her part being an evil villain.
I heard, I don't know if there's any truth in it, but some of the cigarettes were technically vape devices. They were fake cigarettes, and they were just blowing.
And they green screened them out.
Well, yeah. So I don't know if there's any truth in it, but I did hear that. Because obviously you've got all these actors that some don't smoke and they want them to smoke in the role. You're not going to say, oh, well, I'll start smoking to make a movie, and then, no, I'll give up just like that. Bullshit.
Value. It's led the shift to smoking alternatives and...
So looking at the fact that we've got stuff there, I've only got 2 more things left. I know that we're coming on 2.5 hours already, sitting here yapping about the news.
Not wrong with that.
Check out the new 2024 Jeep
Baked in commercials.
How much a month?
$350 a month, 36 months. It's a lease.
Not just plastic bottles or fast food packaging, this litter picking group in Warrington is finding more and more vapes.
Oh, here we go.
Scattered across parks and high streets, Tony and his team say this is now their main issue.
Near a vape shop, there's a donut area where they tend to get dropped, and so we might pick 10 an hour or so per volunteer. If you extrapolate that across all our teams over the year, that's something like 30,000 a year in Warrington.
But this is a problem up and down the country, and it's why today the local government association is demanding for these single-use devices to be banned by 2024.
You see that?
But that is because there's no recycling stations, or if there is, they're not very visible to people.
And they don't want to use the standard recycling facilities, don't want to have anything to do with these things because they don't know anything about it. And they've been led down the same fear-mongering story that, oh my God, if we open up these vapes, we're going to subject ourselves to this massive nicotine poison, and we're going to become lifelong addicted to it if we touch it.
It's the battery. That's the issue, is the battery.
Yeah, well, it's no different than your cordless drill.
But on the other side of the coin, what about all the cigarette butts that's found on the ground every day that take 20 fucking years to fucking rot away or whatever? That's all right, though. We're not going to complain about picking cigarette butts up, but we'll complain about picking vapes up. Yeah, right on, man.
I told you the simple solution to this problem here.
Easy.
Get rid of the bullshit 2 milliliter capacity.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to these, these 12,000 puff devices, you could literally have somebody that's buying a single one of these disposable products every single day and replace it with something like this that you only buy every 2 weeks.
Exactly. In fact, I'll tell you, if they'd done that, you wouldn't be, no 2 million products would be on sale at all. They'd all move up.
Nobody would ever sell them because it's not worth it. When you can make the same investment into a product like this and just add an extra 10 mils of e-liquid.
So I'm saying you could still have a 4,000 puff fucking device and still have 20 milligram nicotine in it. It's easy.
And then the best part is you don't have to put the 5 pound tax on a little individual device anymore, because now that this product will last you 2 weeks, they could charge you 40 pounds for this disposable if it's going to last you 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Instead of paying 5 pounds every single day, pay 50 pounds for 2 weeks versus 40 pounds for 2 weeks.
There's another thing to invest in, and all right, invest in trading standards, invest in recycling. It's not rocket science, is it?
But that's a simple solution. So you get somebody our age that's on a fixed income and retirement, living off of your retirement income. You could save 10 pounds every 2 weeks if you had a product that could last you 2 weeks.
When you think of it, they've done that, they would buy 2 devices a month instead of paying having 2 devices a day. You know what I mean? It's a fucking...
It's not rocket science. Simple solutions are possible.
The solutions are there, but they don't want to know. That's the problem.
They don't want to solve the problem, because if you were buying 2 of these a month, guess what? When next month's time to go and buy 2 more for next month, you could take your old ones in and recycle them when you buy your new one. Right where you bought them from.
Give you money, and even as a bigger incentive, give you money off your next purchase if you recycle. Job done.
Exactly.
Easy peasy.
Then they'd have nothing to complain about.
There will be the odd one that will be discarded off some arsehole, but it'll reduce the numbers greatly.
Listen, if you got 5 pounds for every one of these you recycled, there wouldn't be a single one of these on the street ever.
Exactly.
Yet to call for action. They say they're damaging to our health, a blight on our streets, and a hazard for waste collectors.
1.3 million of these are thrown away every week. Now,
that I think is staggering.
He's a tosser, this bloke.
1.3 million of those every single week?
Yeah, that's how popular they are. And that's just in Britain. Imagine the larger countries. A country like yours, huge. Imagine how many be hideaway doing there. Wow.
Now, they're not all going on the floor, but if they were, it would cover 22 football pitches. It is a huge problem.
These vapes are easily accessible and they're quite cheap to buy. They're attractive, they're bright, they come in dozens of flavours. To a younger market, they are very appealing. But this latest argument of the environmental harm they pose, topped with the health implications, means pressure is mounting on government and industry to ban them.
Did you see that Paul put on there 200 tons a month in disposables?
Wow. Holy shit, man.
Wow.
Again, like I say, there's Mallory to highlight the point I made there. How many cigarette butts did they walk past?
The options are endless. The colours I...
There you go. How many cigarette butts did they walk past?
I did that as an intro to the vlog the one week. Walking down one alley, one block, and back, down the sidewalk and up the sidewalk, and I counted how many cigarette butts I found in just one alley. Staggering.
Catching, and the flavours, exotic.
Pineapple is the most popular one, but depending on what you're looking for something sweet, go something like strawberry, watermelon.
But that appeal to a younger audience makes disposable vapes dangerous, says the local government association, who want them banned, which is an issue if you own a vape emporium and around 40% of your sales comes from disposables.
Look where he is. Look where he is. Look where he is. He's in a reputable vape shop where they will not sell to children. Hello.
But even there,
Batman.
as much as you want to despise disposables, 40% of his sales are disposables.
Yeah, because they're quick and easy to use. Don't get us wrong. I use them myself on the odd occasion. I buy them crystal bars. They're fucking gorgeous. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I do get the obviously the way they're getting thrown away. But again, if there was more recycling or more awareness or more, information out there saying recycling point here, just like you've got for batteries, we've got supermarkets with battery recycling bins and all that shit. It'd be the same for disposables, but there's nothing, absolutely nothing.
31st of January, William Dobson says that we'll know what the UK is going to do.
Well, regarding disposables, I think they'll ban them. It's inevitable.
In terms of business, it will affect my business in the beginning, but eventually I think we will recover pretty well. Because
so you'll recover, but do you actually want to ban?
I don't want to ban.
Why not?
It will not help. It will help marginally. It will reduce a little bit of vaping among children, but I believe there's a high likelihood it will increase also smoking among children as well.
The LGA disagrees and wants a ban by next year. Their reasoning, though, isn't just about the health of our young, but the health of our planet.
At the moment, 1.3 million disposable vapes are thrown away a week.
Notice they had to include that twice.
Yeah.
Shocking.
That's an astonishing amount of disposals, and they either go into a rubbish bin, in which case they cause us a problem because they create a fire.
Yeah. We know all this. You can cause a fire. Batteries deteriorate. Lithium batteries, when they get too low voltage, they can go into thermal runaway. Blah 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 blah. We talked about how simple the solution is.
Exactly.
Drop the 2 mil capacity. Have yourself something that you can literally replace once every week or once every 2 weeks. Problem solved, job done, move on to something else.
Exactly. You've got the same problem with these battery-powered hoovers, battery-powered drills. They're all lithium batteries. I mean, can you dispose of them safely? Of course you can.
Paul's like, don't worry, man. I just changed over to wearing 2 patches at a time, 6 milligrams gum, and a spray as well as a nicotine butt plug. And you're still not as satisfied as you were when you had a vape. Because flavors save lives.
You'd be like one of them sticky note men whose patches fucking everywhere. What that?
Listen, I had the Nicotrol inhaler, and I got done puffing that thing. I wanted a cigarette 10 times worse than I ever did before I used the freaking nicotine supplement product, replacement product.
I went on them Champix tablets. Jesus Christ, I was ill off them. God almighty.
I had some nasty-ass dreams. I'm just glad I didn't become suicidal like some other people I know that took that.
They made you too ill to smoke because you were too ill to even eat. Then we fucking smoke. I think that's what they do. They just poisoned you, so you couldn't be asked to do anything. Awful, awful stuff. Absolutely awesome. Oh jeez, I don't know. Honest to fucking God, man, what is this world fucking coming to?
I don't know, mate, but we beat the drum for a good 2 hours plus here, so I think it's time for us to have a flavor explosion.
Yeah, I'm a bit parched now, like dry throat. You know what I mean?
Get ready for the drop.
Up for your entertainment today, I have a beautiful banana bread beer made by Eagle Brewing, 5.2% alcohol by volume. Is it actually going to taste like banana bread? I have no idea. Ooh, look at the head on that one. It sure smells like banana bread. Wow.
That looks weird.
Banana bread beer, mate.
That's a head on that, isn't it? It's got an uncanny head on that, isn't it? Huh?
Massive head on this one.
Today I've gone for another bitter. This is by Tetley's. They've been around a while. Tetley's bitter. It is 3.4% volume, but the description here is serve cold for best results. Pull the tab, listen to the surge, and pour down the side of your glass in one smooth moment. And it's actually brewed and canned in the UK Carlsberg factory. So I wonder if Carlsberg own them now. But yeah, it's another English bitter. And again, we're going to... Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah.
That sounded lush. And then you go like that. Oh, look how creamy that is, man. That was a lovely little surge, that, wasn't it? That was a cracking surge. One easy, smooth moment. Yep, I'm kind of doing that. Oh, look at that. That looks nice. Paul, if you're watching, eat your heart out. Look at that, bad lad. Another lovely English bitter. Look at that. We're just starting to fizzle up there.
Just fizzle away and dropping down.
Oh. And while that's settling, I've also, my wife bought these. And I thought I'm going to have a go of these. I'll squeeze these in. I've got some Dead Man's Fingers spiced rum cola.
Wow.
And this is...
That's not attractive to youth.
Nope. And this is
Dead Man's Finger Cola.
Volume. Yeah. 5% volume spiced rum. And the other one is Dead Man's Finger passion fruit rum and lemonade. Again, the kids don't want this, do they? You know what I mean? Nice, bright kind of pop. There you go. Passion fruit and lemonade, also at 5%. So I'll be trying them once. Oh, hang on a minute. No. Have a look at that. Holy mother of God. This is it. You've got to go through the froth, boys and girls. Oh. So, to your health, sir. Cheers.
To your health. Cheers.
Oh, that's nice.
It's a very crisp, refreshing beer.
Oh.
It's got some bitterness to it. It doesn't taste like banana nut bread, but it sure as hell smells like it.
That is just a nice bitter. Another typical English country pub bitter. Delightful.
Do you guys have that EBRU scale on your cans?
With the
bitterness units? This is 22.5 bitter units.
And here it's UK units, and this is 1.5 UK units. And the warning on the can is, please drink responsibly. The UK Chief Medical Officers recommend adults do not regularly drink more than 14 units per week. So you've got 1.5 in there.
Well, government warning on this can says that according to the Surgeon General, women should not drink alcoholic beverages during pregnancy because of the risk of birth defects. And number two, Consumption of alcoholic beverages impairs your ability to drive a car or operate machinery and may cause you health problems.
No fucking shit.
You know what the best part about this one is, mate? Take a close look at the bottom of that.
Net contents.
Right above net contents.
Product of England. Good old Blighty.
Imported by St. Killian Importing Company, Everett, Massachusetts. Made in Bedford, UK by Eagle Brewing.
But we've never seen this product in the UK. I've never seen it in the UK. You know, it's made here. That's so weird.
Banana bread beer.
I've never seen that yet. I'm going to have a look out for that.
Product of the UK. Cheers.
You know, Carlsberg's brewing this stuff. Jesus.
Sam's right, man. The pairing of a perfect vape. Look. Lemon tart.
Lemon tart.
Perfect pairing with this banana bread beer.
Holy moly. Who'd have thought?
Complementing and contrasting flavors are just fantastic in this.
Actually, hang on. Holy fuck. That's nice. That is cherry bagel. Holy moly. It's like a sweet and bitter taste combined. That's so cool.
It is.
Oh, that's midnight. Like two opposite flavors again, isn't it? When you think about it.
They definitely have something going on here with this stuff. I just can't get over it.
Can you remember when you first started doing that vaping? Pretend it was like a horror movie concoction. Remember that? I'm drinking. Remember that? Everybody did it, didn't they?
I played with the fog machines for decades, you know, DJing and stuff. I've got the ones where you put it in front of an ice bath and it hovers across the floor, you know, like a Halloween thing. And then I've got the ones where I've actually used it that like suspends throughout the whole air and just fogs the whole room out.
I was just looking through chat there, and William, obviously, he's over here in the UK, and he's saying they might be putting a license. I am so for that. I hope they do. A license to sell vape products like you do with alcohol. That would make such a difference.
Yeah, and the
Really
500
would.
pounds a year, they can actually go for trading standards to enforce the rules and regs.
And they could get that back. It's something that they wouldn't lose it. They could make that back.
Oh, yeah. It's a brilliant idea.
I'd see. I don't mind stuff like that, you know, licensed shops, everything. Be brilliant.
Michelle
Absolutely
Elliott,
brilliant.
hello and welcome. We have Paul from Labworks and Vaping Bic. Hello and welcome. Wonderful to have all Ians dropping in.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a interesting so far with lots of news, but then again, we kind of knew that when Australia come up with what they've come up with now, the lunacy that is. You know what it is? The pressure's on them. You'd not think the pressure's on them as well, because the eyes of the world are going to be looking very closely at them now to see how bad or good this is going to be, especially when the black market is going to absolutely rocket when it comes to that stuff. So they're either going to think, yes, it's worked, we are so smug and so good, or they're going to look like total idiots with egg on all over their face. And I think it'll be the latter.
I honestly think it's going to be like everything else. There's going to be a group of people that are going to think it's fantastic because when they look at the legitimate records of sales, they're going to see that, oh, we eliminated it all. It's all gone. And they're going to point to the black market and go, Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. None of that exists. And then there's going to be realists that are going to go, man, the black market situation is way worse. The schools are going to be bitching because didn't change anything. The kids are still going to be walking around with these disposables, except now they're all black market illegal products.
Like I say, they're going to go off the sales, off legitimate sales. They're not going to be able to market the black market sales.
William Dobson, the realism is that the press reports about what the press is told to report on. Mm-hmm. If you have somebody that's making hay about it, the press will report about it.
Definitely.
But
ooh. Yes, Mark, I do remember that. Youngest Tartan Bitter. It was by McEwen's. Was it McEwen's that used to make it, I believe? Was it McEwen's brand? McEwen? I could be wrong. But I remember that. I remember the cans. Yes, I definitely remember them. The only way I think anything will be highlighted on the black market if you get these daft, like, undercover reporter programs, you know, and all that bullshit, you know, who will see how bad the black market is and all this crap. You know what I mean? It'll only be shit like that brings that to light. I mean, a classic example here in the UK. Have you seen the carry on over here about the post office scandal about Fujitsu?
No.
With Fujitsu, I don't know if you clued up, but basically a few years ago, Fujitsu designed this new software for post offices, and there was a fault in the software, and it was making the sub postmasters, the balances weren't coming out. There was money missing, and the Royal Mail, even though there was over 900 cases, didn't tell the other submasters. They just thought it was just them on their own, and they chased them and hounded them, got them sent to prison. And in some cases, some people committed suicide because there was thousands of pounds missing and unaccounted for, right? And this has been going on for years, where they've been trying to claim that, you know, there was a problem with that. And then this TV program come out about the guy who started the ball rolling with it, called Mr. Bates. And when it was on the TV, they've now got a public inquiry into it, where everybody's starting to admit all the shit and all that, and they're all going to be getting compensation claims and fuck knows what. And I mean, it's well deserved as well, because they went through shit. It seems like even when they were walking through the village, everybody looked at them and thought you're a fucking thieving bastard and all this shit. You know, they just totally blanked them. People lost their houses because the post office was making them pay back what was missing. So the livelihoods.
Meanwhile, they didn't take a cent of it.
Like you said. Nah, and yet some people actually did commit suicide over it, lost their lives over it. And all they could do is say, we're sorry.
Yeah, my wife watched the program the other night because she was off for the last 2 days. She watched a thing on Netflix, and it was a story about this lady who was abducted. The guy reported her abduction because he was there when they gagged him and blindfolded him and took her off, right? And took her hostage and was going to blackmail her or whatever for I don't know what. He reported it to the cops. They started questioning him, interviewed him, thought that, you know, he was the one that actually tried to kill somebody, because I guess the whole situation was too similar to a movie that just come out the year before or some crap. Well, here it was 48 hours later, after they molested and raped this girl, they dropped her off in front of her parents' house. So she got picked up by the police and had to tell the testimony on what happened and everything else. And she reported it. And they put the two of them in jail for doing a hoax. And when it made the press that this was nothing but a hoax, the actual kidnapper got a hold of the police and said, these two are not a hoax. I actually raped and took her hostage and kidnapped her and released her. And if you don't release them today, I'm going to do it again, and you're going to have somebody else missing tomorrow.
Holy shit, man.
Long story short, it turned out that this guy tried to call this kid that was being interviewed by the cops, and the cops put his phone into airplane mode. If they would have simply left his phone alone, he would have got the ransom call and the cops would have realized that it's a legit situation. But because his phone went into airplane mode for the 48 hours they questioned him until she was actually released and showed up at her parents' house, they botched the whole situation. Long story short, they ended up getting like millions of dollars out of the city, and nothing happened to these cops.
Exactly. Nobody.
And somebody else was raped.
Technically held accountable. Yeah.
Well, somebody else was raped because they didn't actually catch him the first time.
Exactly. It's crazy. There's a similar thing here in the UK. They found 4 bodies in the house. 2 adults, 2 children. And it turned out that obviously when they finally discovered them, that there was a 999 call placed about an hour earlier and they didn't respond to it. And the next thing, it was a member of public that then phoned 999 again, said, look, there's something not right, we're there. Then they went in and forced entry and found them. So there's a big inquiry going on about that. Not answering the 999 call. And it turns out they've done the autopsy on 2 of the adults who actually got stab wounds to their neck. So fuck knows what happened in there.
Well, this guy that kidnapped this lady, raped and molested her and stuff, the phone call to the guy's cell phone was from the cabin in the neighboring state where he had her held hostage. And had the phone been on and they traced that phone number and went to the cabin where the phone was located, they could have caught the guy on the first day. But the cops totally screwed up the whole scenario. Kind of like how Australia is screwing up this whole prescription vaping model situation.
Oh, big style.
Look at this.
Nickel vape.
That's the prescription vape.
Holy
Nickel
shit.
vape. 59 milligram.
Holy moly. 59? Jesus.
59 milligram.
1.5 ml cartridges.
Yeah.
1.5 ml. Jesus Christ, that's not going to last long.
And there's the prescription.
Holy moly.
Here's what Paul just sent us. Hand over the vape, sunshine. We only do revenue-raising cigarettes in Australia.
What a true
Butler
statement,
Squad, Chief Inspector. And here's the regulations on this whole stuff. The import control on vaping goods will be introduced in 2 stages from 1 January. Disposable vapes will be prohibited from being imported, and from 1 March, disposable vapes and all other types of vaping goods will be prohibited imports. Irrespective of whether it contains nicotine, it's banned. Vaping goods include heat-not-burn and e-hookahs. Not included, nebulizers, humidifiers, diffusers, steam inhalers, traditional hookahs.
Well, you know what? The black market's kind of gone on there, don't you? Them inhalers. Hoo-hoo, have a vape.
Max penalty is $313,000.
That's everything. Pods, coils, bottles, the lot.
Yeah, I was making some vape coils and I got a fine of $100,000. What?
Ouch.
For making resistance wire? This is South Australia's introduced to the laws right there. But I want to be really clear about this. We're going after the vendors. Those are the ones, I think, as well as the importers who have created this problem. You're a moron. It's the black market that's created the problem. No legitimate seller is going to be selling it to underage youth. And your laws do nothing to the black market, except give them more customers.
Holy moly, man.
Guidelines from the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners are currently being updated to include new guidance on prescribing vapes, including for persons under the age of 18.
Wow.
Up to 1.5 million Australians who've used medicinal cannabis will now be required to drop that $500 minimum as an entry point. It's arguably moving us further away from cannabis reform in Australia, because vaping is how you want people to consume it, and we're making it impossible for non-medical users to partake in it. Apparently, we'd rather people combust it.
A bunch of small cannabis businesses that we've come to know and love are fucked.
Which doesn't seem very Labor of the party. If you don't like it, get a hold of the black market Butler and tell him what you think. Jag-offs. Here's my favorite part. Their focus for next year is to strengthen regulation and enforcement for vaping products, including new controls on their importation, contents, and packaging.
Wow.
That's what the Therapeutic Goods Administration is focusing on. Fuck off. That's what I have to say about it.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Well, I'm going to crack open one of these. I'm going to crack
hand
open
checks.
a Dead Man's Cola. Dead
Only
Man's
hand
Cola.
check we
Here
have
go.
submitted so far is from Scott Merriman. It's the Dove Poe MMV2 with the Wasp Nano Pro on top of it, and the BP Squonk bottle filled with Nilla nuts.
Nice stuff.
Sure is.
All right, folks. Get some hand checks up, man. Now, here, boys and girls. Let's see what you're vaping on.
Well, since we don't have any
that's
hand
quite nice,
checks,
lad.
I do have beautiful Cherry Bakewell for you.
Oh, that's nice. Holy shit, that is nice. Woohoo! Spice rum and all. My God. Oh, yes. There it is, boys and girls. That is that as a food. Delicious.
Nailed it.
Have you noticed? Have you noticed how I've saved this bit for me dripper? My favorite drip. I've saved
Yeah, I
it for
know.
this.
I have a little one too. There's my Cherry Bakewell.
Boiled eggs and soldiers. Yeah. Do you like it though?
Yes. Put it on my dripper. Well, I joined this Facebook group this week of British food. Had to join, bring some pictures up of classic British treats.
Do you know what we'll call that?
No.
Boiled egg and soldiers. You dip your soldiers in your egg. That's
Gives
what
a
we
whole
call
new
it, boiled egg
definition
and
of dippy
soldiers.
eggs. Here in the States, that's not what
Soldiers
dippy
on
eggs
toast.
is. Dippy eggs is eggs
No
over
way.
easy, and then you dip it in the yolks.
Nah, boiled egg one with a soft yolk. Delicious. Got to get your timing right though.
Bangers and mash.
Now you're talking.
Bangers
Yeah,
and chips.
No, that's chips. That's not bangers and mash. Mash is mashed
Yeah, that's
potato.
chips.
Look at that. You see them peas? Put your bit your mint sauce on them, mate. Oh,
I love peas. Shepherd's pie.
Oh, that's shepherd's pie. Shepherd's pie. Cornish pasties. Wow. They're actually trademarked them.
There's your bangers and
You
mash.
only get them in common. There's your bangers and mash. But Cornish pasties are actually trademarked now.
Really?
We called Cornish pasties. They're actually trademarked because they're made in Cornwall. Nobody else can kind of make them and say they're the Cornish pasties.
This is Olive Garden.
The equivalent is a meat and potato pasty, but it can't be called a Cornish pasty.
That's interesting.
And do you know the history behind that? I've watched a program about that. Do you know the history behind that? Do you know why they're shaped like they are? Because that ribbed crust, it was a lunch for the tin miners. It was fast food for tin miners. They used to hold it on the crust and eat the pasty with the hands being dirty. And then on some of them, they used to have half and half. They used to have half with like a Cornish pasty, meat and potato, and used to have half with like a dessert, like a custard or a cream in. And that's how they're derived from the tin miners. It was a food for them. That's why you've got them little ribs on the crust. They used to hold it like that for their dirty hands, and they wouldn't eat that bit. It's weird, like where this stuff comes from. But that's where they're derived from the tin
William
miners.
said it's not a proper gravy, as you need onion gravy with bangers and
onion
mash.
Gravy. Yeah, you need onions in your gravy, like definitely. The thing is, though, in UK now, we don't really make a lot of food. We're all into like bologneses and fucking shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, fuck.
How about
Pastas,
broccoli Alfredo?
You know? Yeah. Oh, very nice.
Broccoli Alfredo, and the wife had the sampler.
Oh,
balls and spag, chicken parmesan, and fettuccine Alfredo.
Fucking hell, they're tight on the balls, like on there. Could have hired a couple more on.
Yeah, she said it wasn't even that good. She didn't feel like cooking, so we went to Olive Garden. I think that it would have tasted way better if she would have made it.
Oh, aye. The best way
But she wanted a day off, so we did a...
If you make your meatballs, stuff them with a bit of mozzarella cheese and then wrap the ball around the mozzarella cheese. Oh, when you bite them, delicious.
I'll have to give that a shot next time.
Wrap it around a bit of mozzarella. Beautiful.
All right, well, since that was pretty much the only thing that we had for hand checks, I mean, I've still got my beautiful Arbiter that I have here, and inside there is my Fusion Juice Company's Clementine Citrus Mango. Beautiful, bright, citrusy flavor.
I have got...
Crisp and refreshing. Delicious.
I've
what you
still
got there?
got me little doobie dangler here. Fucking hell, I forgot the fucking name now. This is a Dubpo MMV blah 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 with the tank you sent us.
Bushido V3.
The Bushido V3. And in that I've been dripping the Cherry Bakewell, also courtesy of yours truly. Also on me G2G class with me Valhalla Mini, which has also got Cherry Bakewell in. and in me Arbiter, I have got the Miyagi's Raspberry Custard, which has turned out quite nice. And I have got a bit of this little pod thing here, the Lux from Vapor, the Lux Max, and in here I'm using that for the rest of me Hawaiian Punch, and it's going quite nicely in there, so there you go. Oh yes, I've also got me SX Mini, this little Voopoo pod on, and that has also got Hawaiian Punch in. Quite a lot of Hunky's juices going on here.
Fantastic. And getting back to the page, Paul sent us that picture from Five Ponds that we looked at last week. He's got the same setup. That's the Vidar with the Tita Burrow.
That's nice, that looks really
nice.
I've never tried. Have you ever tried a burrow tank? I've never tried one yet.
No, I have not. William Dobson has the Pyro V3. I did a review on that one. And he's got the Vape Michael underneath it.
That's nice. That I like the pattern on that. It's beautiful.
And to start the dad jokes off, wife, I have a bag full of used clothing I'd like to donate. Why not just throw it away? It's trash. Much easier. Wife says, but there are poor, starving people who can really use all these clothes. Husband's like, anyone who fits into your clothing is not starving. Husband is now in hospital recovering from a head injury.
Oh, shit. That's what you do not see.
Hi, mate.
Let that be a lesson. Let that be a
Let
lesson.
that be a lesson to you.
Jesus Christ.
Cigarettes are like squirrels. They're perfectly harmless until you put one in your mouth and you light it on fire.
Oh, God.
Where's Pam?
Yeah.
That'd be right up her alley. Weather forecast for the next few days. Cold and shriveled.
That's so true.
Now, this is what would happen if they were required by law to tell you the truth on every product we buy. There's your pregnancy test. You're fucked. This is what it looks like when you go to the bar, and this is what it's like 4 hours after you've been at the bar.
Fucking hell, I like that.
And this is what happens when you buy a Stanley Cup, acrylic nails, and lash extensions instead of new tires for your car.
Yep.
How to mess with your friends. And a little survival tip information for you. If you need to heat up water, soup, or any other food during a power outage, take some tea lights, throw them into a muffin tin, and now you have a DIY stove that you can use anywhere.
Isn't that cool?
Common sense. You know, it's a 5-minute walk from my house to the pub, and it's a 45-minute walk from the pub to my house. The difference is staggering.
How true a statement, eh?
No one gets sober unless they want to. Not if you beg them, not if you shame them, not if you use reason, emotion, or tough love. There's only one thing that makes somebody get sober: their own realization that they need to.
Yeah.
And this can be applied to any substance whatsoever on the entire planet. Doesn't matter whether it's tobacco, whether it's cocaine, cannabis, you name it.
Anything.
You cannot force somebody to give something up if they don't want to. They have to realize that that's what they want, and then they have to work to achieve it. Sad reality is when people can't control you, they try to control how people view you. And all it does is make the problem worse. Here's a little bit of fact for you. Hiram Maxim was the inventor of the automatic machine gun and became deaf from test firing his weapon so much. As a result, his son became the inventor of the silencer.
How ironic.
It's so cold that this used to be a full-size screwdriver.
I can see where that's going.
You're doing it wrong, mate. You're doing it wrong. That's what happens when people can't back up a boat or back up a trailer.
Holy fuck.
In the words of Kenny Rogers, you picked a fine time to leave me, loose wheel.
Imagine what's gone through his mind now. Fuck.
I wanted to be like Evel Knievel, but I didn't want to break bones like Evel Knievel. Well, I'm fucked now.
Without a doubt, like.
No alcohol consumption. Prohibited sunset to sunrise. Oh, really? That means you can drink alcohol from sunset to sunrise.
Pretty much.
Because alcohol consumption is not prohibited sunset to sunrise.
There you go.
Amazing how one word makes such a big difference. Double negatives. Sweet dreams are made of cheese. Who am I to disagree?
I
A cheddar the world and a feta cheese. Everybody's looking for Stilton.
That's brilliant.
Why? Because it was the 80s. That's why.
Simple.
Nice trike and the toilet seat was all you needed for some afternoon of fun. And possibility of a couple broken bones.
But you didn't care, did you?
Worst day of my entire life was the day that they banned yard darts. Little known fact for you, Smarties candy, also known as Rockets in Canada, was originally built with machines that used to make gunpowder pellets for ammunition during World War II.
Yeah.
Talk about recycling old machines.
I admit that.
Okay, I hate to do this because I'm trying to, be positive and cheerful after the bad news that we had, but this kind of is going to make you feel old, okay? MTV's debut date is closer in time to Pearl Harbor than it is to today.
Wow. Fucking hell.
We all talk
Not long
about the
ago.
day that,
Jeez.
MTV first aired. We all know the song that was first played on it, but this puts it all into a whole new perspective, man. God, does it make me feel old. Pearl Harbor is closer to that date than today is to it.
Wow.
So, a little bit of bright news for you. Longtime Price is Right host Bob Barker died last year at the age of 99. He got as close as possible to going without going over $1. Legendary.
Higher? Lower?
I botched that joke,
Boy,
too.
boy.
So here's some reality for you. Here's Street Road. That doesn't confuse you. Nothing will. Do you live on a street or a road? Oh, I live on a road. What's it called? Street.
Street road.
It's like, who's on first?
Oh.
I saw this picture posted and it didn't make any sense to me until I zoomed in. What? Honk if a kid falls out? What?
Oh, shit. Excuse me. You're a passenger down. Oh my God, what the hell?
There's a redneck with more time on his hands than he knows what to do with.
What the hell, man?
I think we should label cars like bombers, labeled the side of their plane.
That'd be awesome.
10-minute oil change. We won't fart in your car. I didn't realize that was a problem in places that change the oil. Welcome to Pecker's Cutoff, population 2.
Oh, I'm not going there.
I don't see the population changing in that town ever.
No.
There you go.
Oh my God, what the hell is that?
You thought the last one was a head shaker.
What the fuck? He's bolted a flatbed on the back of a fucking four-wheel drive.
No, that was a full-size chassis that they took the cab off and mounted this contraption onto it. I guess he didn't like to be 10 feet off the ground when he was driving.
Fucking hell.
Beautiful spare tire cover for a camper. I hate pulling out. That's when you thought it couldn't get any worse. Let's go visit Cum Park Plaza, the home of Dick's, Hooters, Doggy Style, Beaver Liqueur, Master Bait and Tackle, Come and Go, and Wang's Chinese Buffet. Parking in rear. Whoa!
Surely that doesn't exist. That cannot be real. Surely that does not exist.
It's the most popular plaza in town, mate.
I bet it is.
Listen, I just tried to picture myself. If I would be like Sam Bogan, having to move to your country, how I would modify my vehicle to work in your country. Because you guys are right-hand drive over there. I'm not giving up my excursion.
Yeah.
So I'd have to figure out a way to get it to work in your country.
Yeah, I don't think that would work very well. It wouldn't last very long. No outlet.
Man, don't tell me what can't be done. This is no outlet. Here's an outlet for your no outlet. I told you, I do not believe in the no-win scenario. There's always going to be a solution. Except when you are told not to fart in an Apple store. Because they don't have windows.
Oh, God.
You know, technically, Humpty Dumpty died a crackhead.
I couldn't imagine you getting any lower, but you did.
Santa, fined by the EPA, must eliminate coal in stockings by 2030 to meet the Paris Accord.
Jesus, weapon.
You know, a kid found this in the creek and asked if it was from the Civil War.
Not
Best
quite.
of Leonard Skinner.
Not quite.
I didn't know what to say about this.
Pork
Mr.
faggots.
Brains, the family favorite since 1925, 6 pork faggots. £1.80.
It's a thing.
When someone you know is driving next to you.
That's so true.
All right. There's a little seriousness to you. Someone out there feels better because you exist. So please, you need somebody to talk to. We're always here for you.
Well, no doubt, man.
There you go, mate. You can read this one.
Play that funky music. I can't see the bottom.
White boy. White buoy.
Because these stupid bloody signs by the bottom of the thing are blocking it out.
There's nothing written on the bottom because it's a white buoy.
White boy. We call him a boy.
Mm-hmm. How about this beautiful sticker on the back of a car? Get off my ass, you cocksucker.
I fucking want one of them. Because you can guarantee some idiot will go, I don't know what that one means. You can guarantee it, won't you?
Meanwhile, you could be snickering every time you get in your car. Shout out to the dudes who haven't felt okay lately, but get up every day and refuse to quit. Stay strong, buddies.
Yeah.
This too shall pass. So I want to know if this is banned in Australia.
It's not like a vape machine, yeah? Or fog machine, how you call them.
Nah, it's a old style movie projector. See the reel of tape?
Oh, God.
Except you turned it on and it didn't quite function the way it was supposed to function.
Boom, it's burning out. Quite deceiving, that.
Well, what the hell did they do to that thing?
Holy moly.
That just looks so wrong.
That's good, though. Wow.
You know, I canceled my job interview today just so I could follow this guy around till he got where he was going.
Get the fuck nowhere. You really? Come on.
Half load Harry. Well, at least he red flagged it.
The cotton toss. Jesus Christ almighty. No.
That's me trying to scare the bills away.
I like that. That's cool, that.
When I was a kid, there were two ways to die. Natural causes and talking back to your parents.
Oh, hell yeah. So true.
How come that's not the way it is nowadays?
I don't give a fuck now, do they?
Listen, when it's so cold out that even the ghost haunting your house freezes to death, we got issues.
That's awesome.
Talk about signs telling you the truth. Brains required. Speed limit 25 miles per hour. Autos and pickups, snow tires okay. Carry brains. Drivers ignoring winter conditions may be subject to natural selection.
You're going to die.
Nobody's coming to get you when you drive off a cliff.
Holy moly.
And the awkward moment when you drive your Chevy to a levee and the levee isn't dry.
Levee isn't dry.
This is what happens when you're drinking whiskey and rye.
Drinking whiskey and rye. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee isn't dry. This is what happens when you're drinking whiskey and rye. Singing, this'll be the day that I die.
I love it, man. It's just like, you know, the younger generation will never understand the music that we had growing up and how fantastic it was.
Nah.
Life is like toilet paper. Either you're on a roll or you're taking some shit from some asshole.
I was watching some reaction videos today, like to music, right? And it seems like there's a few of these American like reaction video guys. They're watching like these British bands. The one was watching Dire Straits when they're doing Sultans of Swing live at Wembley.
Oh yeah.
And the other one was watching Iron Maiden. And they were sitting there saying, "This is the first time I've seen this," and you're like, where have you been? The first time you've seen this. There was another one that you watched, Lynyrd Skynyrd, Freebird. First time you'd seen that. Another one was Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven. First time you'd seen that, I'm thinking, fuck me, where have you been? And they're like blown away by it. No, like they're like, fucking hell. One of them called
Stairway to Heaven or Highway to Hell. Take your pick.
Yeah. And then one of them said that Mark Knopfler was the best finger plucker you've ever seen. I said, well, yeah, that's his style. He's a finger plucker guitarist. And a damn good one. But they were blown away like, wow, I didn't believe this.
We had fantastic musicians growing up.
Still have.
Speaking of growing up, it's not all bad. Here's an adult Lunchable ready to go for you. One ribeye steak, a big massive potato, and I wish they could have picked better cans of beer, but in today's economy, I guess you got to settle for what you can get.
Even
2 pounders of Bush.
That's even so. That's just right up. Yeah, I could go with that.
And since it's cold outside, the loo has been equipped for your use.
Yeah, I'm at that point in my life where it doesn't have to be fucking cold outside.
Hey, man, a Scotsman and his wife walked past a swanky new restaurant. Did you smell that food, she asked. It smells absolutely incredible. You know, being the kind-hearted Scotsman that he was, he thought, what the hell, I'll treat her again. So they walked around the block past the same restaurant.
Typical Scotsman, that tight as hell.
And that's the last time that Scotsman was ever seen. Hands up if you were told, don't sit so close, you're going to ruin your eyes.
Without a doubt. Basically, it's because
here's a bit of interesting.
Big heat.
Here's a bit of interesting news for you. Hunstanton. This is a beautiful piece of fact. Hunstanton in Norfolk, UK, is the only coastal resort on the east coast which faces west.
Yeah, I can see what you mean by that one, yeah. Not cool.
You know me, always looking for a little bit of interesting bits of info. I think I'm going to pass on this one, though.
Yeah.
McDonald's, try the new anus pounder. I don't think that's what the sign said originally when they posted it. I think some teenage shenanigans are going on there.
Oh, without a doubt. But I still wouldn't go with that anyway if it was on the menu.
And let me introduce to you the Get Off My Lawn 3000.
Fucking hell. It's more than get off my property, that bastard. Okay, now. Holy shit.
Did you take the veg from my garden? Never do that again.
Oh.
Yeah, this is how the world is turning. We walk into a coffee shop and ask for coffee, and they're like, do we have a flavor called cup of coffee?
Yeah, what's that when it's at home?
I don't want a big caramel vanilla skinny Mato Loco double shot hardcore Allegro latte. I want a cup of coffee. We don't carry that flavor.
Flat white. Fucking good old flat white.
Good old BJ's Bar. Cocktails and dancing sandwiches. I want to see those dancing sandwiches. I know it's cheesy, but I feel great.
Oh, God.
Surround yourself with those on the same mission as you.
Hell yeah.
Time to go get Black Market Butler and give him the appropriate treatment he deserves.
Yeah, just throw him to the fucking lines like they used to. Fucking right.
Don't like my sarcasm? Well, I don't like your stupid.
Well, I don't. Go stupid. Hey.
Dr. House. Fantastic. Optimus. Someone who figures that taking a step backward after taking a step forward is not a disaster. It's more like a cha-cha.
Cha-cha.
Cha-cha-cha.
Cha-cha-cha.
Yeah, I try to be an optimist, but this really burns my wire. Google keeps notifying me. I uploaded a couple hundred pictures on the Google Maps, right? Since my wife and I got married, throughout our honeymoon, I uploaded pictures. And from that point forward, anytime I'm somewhere, I always take a picture and try to leave a rating and a review for the places I've been at, right?
Yeah.
So we were out and about. We went, got Olive Garden up at the Pittsburgh Mills, and Google wanted to notify me, hey, you took some pictures at Olive Garden. Why don't you upload those pictures? The pictures you've already uploaded have gotten over 8.1 million views. Meaningless pictures of food and places that I've been at have over 8 million views. that we do a weekly show that tries to save people's lives, and we're lucky to get 130 views a week.
How weird is that one, eh? How weird and wonderful is that, eh?
And they wonder why I have such disdain for YouTube and Google. And that's what I was talking about earlier. But fear not, ladies and gentlemen. Truth is like the sun. You can shut it out for a little time, but it ain't going away.
But it ain't going away. Yeah, Elvis Presley, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Bit of philosophist. Bit of philosophy from Elvis.
And that there wraps up the diet jokes for this week.
Holy moly, that's nice. Oh, that is nice. Oh. Aye.
I'm no George Carlin. I'm no Robin Williams. But I do try to amuse you guys at least a little bit once a week.
Nothing wrong with that, sir. Nothing wrong with that.
And if you don't
Nothing
like
wrong
it,
with that,
feel free to submit your dad jokes in any of the comments to any of the posts that we have, and I'll be happy to feature them next week.
Yeah. Without a doubt. And your hand checks, of course. Don't forget them.
Definitely.
Wow, yeah. It's been a funny old week here, weather-wise. It's been fucking crazy. Storms, and more storms.
Yeah, same here, mate.
80% humidity. Fucking aye. Sorry with that, aye, because it's pissing down. That's where the humidity's coming from. Thing is, it's mild as well. It's not cold. It's mild, but it's fucking blowing a hoolie. Pissing down with rain.
Yep, 9 meters per second.
Holy moly.
It's only 2 meters per second here.
Yeah, you just got a slight breeze, haven't you?
Hi, mate.
Okay, now.
We were supposed to get a bunch of ice rain today, sleet and whatnot. It's too warm. It's actually melting all the snow that's on the ground. Not that we had a lot. A couple inches got
That's
packed
what
down.
they're saying. That like they're saying that storm Isha that come from like the States. It says it was an ice storm in the States, and obviously it's warmed up since it's getting over here. Just rain and fucking wind. The two combinations I hate. I hate wind and rain. Oh, cannot get away with it. I hate it. Just because you're getting hit with darts. You know what I mean? Ooh, no. Hell no. Hell no. Oh, that's really nice. That I can understand how you can get mortal on that because it's just going down like pop. Literally is pop, or soda as you guys like to call it.
You're not going to ban it?
Oh, I don't know. Like kids, think about the children. I tell you.
There's so much hypocrisy in this world. It cracks me up.
It is, mate. Honestly, it's mind-boggling. You know, it's like I say, want to be smoked by 2023, and they're already fucking hammering vaping. Well, good luck with that one. Then that's all I say. Good luck with it. It's all a money racket, man. Everybody's in for the money.
That's exactly
Don't give a
it.
shit about you.
I saw a conversation the other day
Nobody
about,
gives a shit about you.
we always like to refer other things into the vaping sphere of things and taking a look at the big picture that's on there. And there's just too much money to be made. It's like last week we talked about how they'll never find a cure for cancer. Think of all the organizations that would be out of work if they found a cure for cancer tomorrow.
I still believe there is one out there, but they won't fucking release it.
Think of how many products would be taking off of the market if they actually told us that their scientific study that they did on their own products revealed that if you use this thing every single day, which they're not intending you to do when they sell you these things, is their claim. But they know that there's people out there like coffee. Steve was talking about on his show this last week about how in the past decade, he can't think of a single day where he didn't have a cup of coffee. I'm the same way. Since
I have at
I
least one or two every day.
graduated high school, I don't know. Maybe I could count on one hand how many days I didn't have a cup of coffee or tea, caffeine of any sorts.
I think in the early days, like when I was a young'un, I mean, 70s, 60s, 70s especially, I think we looked at coffee as a luxury because we were just tea. We were just massive tea drinkers. Coffee was a bit of a luxury, but now as it's become more affordable, everybody has it, you know what I mean? But I have I definitely have a coffee in the morning. That's me wake up tonic. That as soon as I open my eyes, kettle's on for a coffee. But I still drink a lot of tea. I probably should drink more tea than coffee, but I still like a couple of cups of coffee.
But your tea still has caffeine in it.
Oh yeah, well without a doubt.
Every single one of us out there drinks and consumes caffeine on a daily basis, whether it be from coffee or tea or from soda. How many people can say that they go days or weeks without caffeine? No one, ever.
Like I say, caffeine's in a lot of stuff, really, isn't it? When you think about it.
I guess if you're a health nut and you've chosen not to consume it, you could do that. But the average person probably consumes caffeine every single day their entire life.
Without a doubt.
William Dotson's the same as you. Kettle on, takes a piss, and then he has his coffee.
Exactly. First thing in the morning, poof, a cup of coffee. Get you going.
Yeah. Meanwhile, if you show a video that actually saves you how to save your life if you're a smoker, you get not only no views, but the videos are suppressed in the algorithms.
Without a doubt.
The definition of irony.
Ironic.
And you could say, okay, well, you know what? You're just a small time, YouTuber. You only got like 1,000 subs, whatever. But you get somebody like Cancer Research UK that has hundreds of thousands of followers, and they put out a video about vaping, and it also gets no views whatsoever.
Oh, it's the YouTube algorithm, and it just doesn't matter who you are.
So from this past year, about 6 months ago, I vowed that every time I do a disposable review, because my wife loves disposables, so if a disposable company reaches out to me, I am going to review it. Right? So at the end of every single one of my disposable videos, we'll link you to that Cancer Research UK video talking about how vaping can save your life. Don't take my word for it. Here's a major organization that's out there to improve society, and they have their own video on it. And it's got less views than my disposable reviews have. Tell me how that makes any sense.
Crazy, isn't it? That's suppression, matey. That's suppression. Again, it's money thing, man. All money generated, a lot of bollocks.
Money talks, bullshit walks.
I tell you, I was watching it was on the news about politics in America again with fucking Trump, how his rival pulled out and then started to fucking praise him. What the fuck's all that about? So I was like, what?
Yep. Happens all the time, though.
Tell you what, between me, you, and whatever, do you really think he'll be making president again, or will he come close? Because I don't think Biden will get in again.
Yep, I think Trump's getting in. Trump's going to replace Biden. Unless Kennedy keeps getting traction and can get enough for the people to show up,
he's kind of tealed
Trump's
up a
going to be
little
the next
bit,
president.
Well, for the states that he's winning, he's got no real competitors as such up to now. There's going to be states where he will have stiff opposition, obviously, but up to now, nobody's standing against him, pretty much.
From looking at the political side of things, you have your diehard Democrats, you have your diehard Republicans, you've got a certain percentage of the population that goes and votes every single year and flip-flops back and forth between, who they think is going to improve their life and who they're sick and tired of already. And Biden's got the lowest approval ratings of any president in history, to my knowledge. So Trump is going to be the next president, barring any significant changes. The only possibility that won't happen is like I said, if Kennedy can motivate enough of the people that normally never go to the polls, don't vote because they don't think that their voice matters, it might be a surprise. That's a long shot.
There you go. Williams asked a question there. Do you think he was a good president?
No, but then again, I'm a realist and I know that the president is just a puppet. He's a figurehead. He doesn't decide what Congress passes in laws and legislation. Trump did put up a lot of opposition, but ultimately Congress does what Congress wants to do, and the president just signs off on it to make it easier for Congress to get shit passed.
Well, that was kind of proven when he was signing off all the shit he wanted to happen, and Congress went, "No, mate, not happening." Fuck off. You know what I mean?
Trump pissed me off when he turned my legal age adult son, who's in the military, from being a legal vapor to either an illegal vapor, breaking the law, or forced to go back to smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, and that's
what pissed me off about Trump.
That's fighting. Your people fighting for your country. You're sitting there saying what they can and can't do.
He's old enough to die for his country, but he's not old enough to choose to vape instead of smoke. Go fuck off.
Exactly. I get that. I totally agree with that. That's bullshit. That is shit. That. Totally agree with that. But again, pressure on him. Will he change? Probably not. You never know, do you?
Yeah, when he was having the meetings with different people and whatnot, I mean, definitely you could see how he was taking the business side of things and looking at things from a business perspective. And a lot of the things about a president is that if they're successful, they can create self-fulfilling prophecies, right? If they tell you and they blow sunshine up your ass about how great the country is and how, everybody is thriving in the country, and changes your perspective to be a positive one, that you want to be included in this majority that's out there making, a wonderful living, you're going to make changes in your life without doing the research, and you're going to try and improve your life to be one of the in crowd. You know what I mean?
I was watching the report.
He creates hope for a lot of people in the country. You can tip the scales one way or the other, but that's about it.
Yeah, I was watching, I don't know if it was something we done or it was something I seen on the TV. And I was watching the report, what he'd done. I think they were comparing him to Obama, and they were saying he was pretty much on par with what he'd done. He says, he created a bit more prosperity in the country. Obviously, fucking shut Rocket Man up. And he says he didn't really do much. He says his figures for doing this, that, and the other were pretty much the same as Obama, and yet he still got ousted. So, I don't know how they work it.
He got ousted because he was, number one, a lot of the people that are flip-floppers viewed him as a loose cannon, and they didn't want to end up in World War III, but here we are with Biden in charge of the country, and now we're moving from Ukraine into the Middle East again in our never-ending wars, and the country's economy is doing shit. Everybody's suffering. The inflation's out of control. You're going to take a lot of flack no matter who's in charge of the Oval Office.
He is starting the war machine again, and us are as well. I mean, we're fucking bombing fucking Middle East with this fucking shipping bullshit. We've actually fucking done, 2-3 airstrikes? I mean, how are you, man? For fuck's sake.
You know what, though? Part of this economic situation that we're in right now can easily be traced back to Trump instituting these China tariffs and China taxes. We're going to tax China. We're going to tax China. Listen here, you dumb motherfuckers. Everything you buy at Walmart, it comes from China. And guess what? The price that went up on it is going to pay for the taxes that Trump passed on China. Why do you think your stuff in Walmart's so cheap?
He had a thing about them, and obviously he blamed them for the COVID as well. Obviously, he was really hammering them for that.
And the truth comes out that it did originate where people said it did.
Yeah.
facts eventually reach the light
It's
of
like-
day.
It's like that Russell Brand. I watched his last one about these scientist places they've got where they're studying for cures for the next outbreak of COVID X or whatever, you know, thinking X. But in the same lab, they're also doing research for fucking chemical fucking warfare.
Yep.
Like, what?
He pissed a lot of people off.
No,
Mallory
that's
Gates
the
put
war.
on there. Trump pissed her off by running the country 240 characters at a time.
It's like I've never seen him as a politician. He was a businessman. That's his bread and butter, and he's not a politician. He's a deal maker.
President Biden, a man who has conversations
That's
with himself.
You see him muttering away, didn't you? He's
Listen, I want to bring this up because I thought this was the greatest freaking thing I've seen in quite some time. Son of Liberty Radio. I don't know if you guys watch it. Every Friday night they do a stream, right? And they came across this thing, and he actually put it on Twitter. But I want to show you this wonderful little bit from right at the beginning of his intro. He incorporated a little bit of it in there. I don't know if you've seen this. This is hilarious.
We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
At White House Senior Living, our residents feel right at home. Our vibrant facility offers delightful activities and outings, round-the-clock professional care, and exquisite house-made meals.
Well, I've been eating everything that's put in front of me. I've been eating all Italian foods, basically.
And ice cream.
And ice cream, chocolate chip ice cream.
White House Senior Living, where residents feel like presidents.
That's fucking class. That is class.
White House Senior
That is
Living,
brilliant.
where residents
That is
feel
brilliant.
like presidents.
That's brilliant, that. Oh, God. I mean, at least I'd say one thing from British politics. We haven't had a prime minister that old. Like, holy shit.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I've seen prime ministers go grey in a matter of 6 months, but I've never seen them that age. Have you ever noticed that with our prime ministers, right? They start their term, they've got lovely dark hair, and by the end of the term, they are absolutely
All
grey,
white hair or
lose
bald.
it. Oh, I mean, fucking Tony Blair was a classic example. When I'm a young boy. Fucking hell.
Biden's press secretary, you do know that smoking kills more people in America than anything else, said the reporter. Yeah. And so what? Was the reply.
Yeah, I can well believe that. Just like the other fucker. Vaping is safer than smoking. So what? Fucking pricks.
Yeah, we haven't heard that in a while.
Vaping
We haven't, matey.
is better than smoking.
Period.
Prick. Another prick. Oh,
Problem
my
solved.
God.
All right,
Hey,
mate.
honestly.
Retro vape or random recipe?
Ooh, we'll go for the retro vape because I've seen a couple items that look very familiar.
All right, Lazy Bones, hello and welcome to the stream. And Gare Bear, hello, and
hello.
welcome to the stream. Pleasure to have all of you
Evening
here.
all. Thank you all for joining us. Our humble show.
And I got to turn some lights on. Somehow I missed this one. you go. Now you can see my ugly mug.
Better
More
with the
tanks I
lights
have
off,
to
mate.
clean off. I spent the last week cleaning off my desk. I've got 14 mods that are now sitting on my desk that don't have a tank on them, and 14 tanks that I need to put away because they're not finally clean.
Eddie.
But our retro vape for today, my mate over there in the UK sent me the CUBOID 200 and the Smok TFV4 Mini. I'm so looking forward to getting this thing opened up.
These are pretty much old school, like, I'll give you that.
Mate, I was going to send you this knife, but you guys aren't allowed to have knives in your country.
That wouldn't get through customs, I can guarantee you that.
I don't know why.
It might, but it might get delivered by a police officer.
It's a beautiful knife. Very sharp as well, as the blood on my finger will indicate.
Yep.
This is the Joytech CUBOID 200. Look at that gorgeous mod. Oh, I love the feel of it.
Come on, you little motherfucker. I'm trying to find a date. Nope, not that one.
3 battery device. Hot diggity.
That was around in 2016. So that's what you're looking at there. 2016 technology. And the Smok. V4 Mini was around in eight years. So what's that? That's 20. The TF Mini was around about 2016-ish as well. So you're talking 2016.
Interesting.
Very old school, matey.
200 to 600 Fahrenheit, 100 Celsius to 315 Celsius. 3 clicks, temperature, another temperature control mode. You could hardly even see the, there you go.
I like the screen on the top, like I thought that was novel. I did like that.
Yeah. Power. 20 watts.
Was it a 200 watt or was it a 100 watt? It was a 200 watt, wasn't it? I think it was 200 watt.
200 watts. Does not round robin on power. Interesting. Down to 1 watt.
The only downside was the diameter for your bloody RDA or whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, back in the day, these things were always, what, 22, limited to 22 millimeters?
Yeah. 3 batteries, so your battery life, and it's phenomenal.
I love the 3 battery mods that are out there.
What colour is that one? Black, or a silver one?
Yes, sir.
Silver?
Yeah, 22 millimeters.
22 mil, yeah. I think that's why I got hold of that tier V4, because it was the only 22 millimeter I could get my hands on at the time. Tank wise, anyway.
And there's the one that we did recently. This is the TF RDTA. And it's bigger. This is a 24 millimeter setup.
Slightly bigger, isn't it?
So you got a little bit of overhang all the way around it. Nothing that is like obnoxious.
It's not
That's
huge,
not too bad,
is it? I mean,
no. On this end, it's only 1 millimeter. On this end, you got about 2 mil.
I would say it's probably a good RDA mod. Like I say, 'cause you can get 22 mil RDAs for 10 the penny, couldn't you?
Bloody fantastic. Inside, we have a beautiful cable that is actually long enough. That's been my primary complaint about a lot of these things. You get these cables that are only like, 6, 8, 10 inches long. It's like, what the heck are you supposed to plug it into? The old school tanks, they always came with decent sized cables. Look at that silicone protector for the mod. That's awesome.
Yeah, you got a little sleeve.
Which is actually really cool because with the sleeve on there, you can actually extend it out, and a 24 won't have any real overhang because the silicone is going to make up that difference. You know what else I love about these old ones? Real books.
Yeah, look at that, man.
Not some chintzy fold-out little map thing.
Yeah, we put 20 languages in it, though, isn't there?
Ain't nothing wrong with that, mate.
The English page is about 1 page. The rest of it's all God knows what.
German, French, Polish, you name it, it's in there. And that right there would be the CUBOID 200. I love
nice
it.
in the black, man, doesn't it? I didn't realize that was a black one. It looks really nice in the black. Slick.
Fire button's easy to get a hold of. Here's, you plug it in.
I just like the simplicity of it. I think it's such a simple looking mod, and even though it looks big, it's really comfortable to hold.
Yep, definitely.
Just because it's rounded, isn't it? There's no square edges. It's all rounded, and it's. Good old Smok, eh?
I love Smok.
The airtight boxes with the orange O-rings. That was a symbol, wasn't it? Orange O-rings, orange rubber seals and everything.
Look, I love the fact, look, the top airflow. That's something that the old school does. Like my old Aspire Atlantis has the same setup. Airflow on the bottom and airflow on the top.
I think we were just touching on it. I think that's like an anti-spatter thing as well.
510 drip tip adapter. And look, this is another one of those ones that has an inner 510 that keeps the same velocity coming up through here.
Yeah.
A lot of these 510s don't have that inner diameter. So you get a pressure change between where it comes in through here, and then you can get a little sponginess in here if you don't have that center chamber. Swing open top.
Look for the arrow. Look for the arrow. Or the hinge.
have to push down.
There you go.
It's actually got a little latch on there. Yeah, that's interesting. I've never seen one that actually latched. You have to push down on it to get it to swing open.
Oh, that's like a lock and latch, isn't it? Yeah, if I remember correctly.
There's the arrow you were talking about.
I never realised they were matchy. Black tank and a black.
Yeah.
There you go. Hallelujah. Holy moly, man. Yeah, the O-rings might be a bit oofy.
No, that's not bad. They had the lipped O-rings on the bottom. Old round wire coils. Look how tall that coil is. Let's compare it to this one. Okay. This is the dark mesh from Advocacy. Big massive coil. And there's the TFV4 coil.
Wow.
To put it into perspective, I believe this one trying to find like a TFV coil, TV8. Here's a PNP coil.
Jesus. And it's not only that, I don't know if I had one, but you can get the rebuildable deck for that as well.
I probably have one, to be honest with you.
Yeah, there's probably one, I'm sure you could.
0.35 ohms. What did that say? 30 to 90 watts?
Holy moly.
Round wire.
That's good old single Canthal there, isn't it? Good old fucking Canthal.
Yep. Round wire. And that's old Muji cotton in there. You can see the little flex inside of it. Awesome.
Damn. Proper old school, mate. 2016.
That's fantastic because I don't have a TFV4 coil. TFV4 tank. I've got all the other TFV tanks in the series. 8, 12, the Prince, the King, the TFV 18, TFV 9 coils. And then there's the TFRDTA. It's about the same thing. This one's a 22, this one's a 24.
Wow, man.
Because this is the mini and this is the regular.
That's the mini, yeah.
All right. What are we putting in this thing? Fried banana split. I'm going to put in this.
Yeah, something you know. Why not?
Well, I've been using that fried banana split in that little thing that we did last week. Remember that?
Oh, the little Smok thingy, yeah.
Trinity Alpha.
Trinity.
Beautiful flavor. I could take that with me if I go to the store.
Easy.
Don't need the disposable if I don't have one hanging around my neck. I'm not going up there in my bedroom to grab one if I got that sitting downstairs on my end table. It's good enough to get the job done. No bubble glass, though. So, I mean, how much fluid capacity do you really have in this?
Probably 2.
Yeah, coming from the UK especially.
Yeah, there'll be 2 ml if it's UK spec. Oh, yeah, fucker. Drop your fucking mod. These are fucking dangerous, these, like.
Those sodas go down quick, don't they?
Oh, that's just what I'm saying. It's just like drinking a fucking can of pop. You only get a slight hint of the rum, but it's all just sweet lemonade. Oh.
See the tip? Doesn't want to fit down in there. How are they filling these up with eyedroppers? If I can't even get a modern, chubby gorilla tip to fit in there.
I think the secret was to take your drip tip out, flip it round, and then you could get your bottle down. I like that, exactly like that. If you had your drip tip on, you'd be fucked.
Yeah, because it doesn't have enough of a diameter.
Yeah.
But that's beautiful, matchy.
There you go. Have a look at that. That fits like a glove, that one, doesn't it?
It sure does. No overhang. It's very tall.
Very tall. I think that's my only downside with that. It's very tall for a thin tank. It's a little bit shorter, might be a bit better.
Where's that sock for this thing?
Oh, the protective coat. It's a good idea, like, but is it a novelty or a good idea? What would you say? You know what I mean?
I'm wondering how much it's going to make it want to tip over more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a
base. It's got some weight to it.
Finally. Yeah.
But you only have a very slight lip edge all the way around the outside. I'm going to try it. You know me. I like to try it, everything.
If it's got a bit more width on the base, it might make the Taj more stable.
And if it does fall over or tip over,
it's not going to get damaged. It's like slipping a rubber on, isn't it?
Kinda is. I'm not gonna lie about it. That's not bad. That extra mill on both directions does help a little bit. Absorb some of the shock.
It's very bouncy now. It's very bouncy now. Don't hide on the table too hard; it might bounce back up.
What else came in the package? What? Look at that. We have cotton. We have some Clapton wire, looks like. Spare O-rings. And a little screwdriver. We got some cock rings.
You got plenty in them then days, didn't you?
Red and black. I'll drop this down there. So if it tips over.
That's definitely like putting a rubber on that one.
Yeah, that one is.
You see the thing with that silicon out case, would you not think it would be better if it was black, like to match the mod? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rather than like a clear,
rather than the white clear one.
Yeah. I think that would have been a better idea. You get loads in the box. I mean,
Dual coil. No, that's a triple coil.
Triple coil. 30 to 100. Was it 100 watts, that one?
Yeah.
30 to 100.
30 to 100.
100 watts, man. 2016. Whoa, buzzing. 2016, 100 watts. Woohoo!
And now here's the part that has me really excited. Look at that.
Oh, the RBA. Yeah.
It comes with an RBA. I have never seen a modern tank come with the RBA. I've seen them offered as a coil alternative.
Yeah. I had a feeling there was one in there, if I remember, because that's why I mentioned it, and I couldn't remember if it was in. And it's in.
Look at that. That is gorgeous spaced coil.
Coiled up and ready to go.
Holy cow. And they gave you some extra coil you can wrap yourself if you want. Make a different diameter.
That's how. Why don't you get modern tanks now giving you all that shape? You don't get that now.
Nothing is a complete device nowadays. They don't even give you the coil half the time when you buy a rebuildable tank.
Yeah.
And I think for them, it's a legal argument saying, well, we don't sell complete vape tanks. Our tanks are not complete. You can't do anything with them without a coil. You can't do anything without this or that.
Exactly.
Unlike the old school days when they gave you 2 different coil options plus a rebuildable coil head.
That's why I quizzed you on that, because I couldn't remember if there was. I was almost 95% certain there was a one in, but I couldn't remember for certain. There was a rebuildable one in single coiler.
Oh man, that is awesome.
They packed a lot of kit in the days, didn't they? In them days, 2016, look what you got, man, for your money. Everything.
Drip tip, top cap, glass tube, TF CLP2 core. How to fill it.
Look, even the destruction manuals were mint then, man. Look at them. Everything, step by step, illustration of the thing.
Crystal clear.
Now what do you get? A couple of paragraphs. Do this, do that, that's it.
And for the rebuildable one,
tells you how to do it.
Exactly.
Awesome, man. You got a lot for your money in them days. Even though if you paid,
you know what?
You got a lot.
Their
of money
mods came the same shape as the one that we have it on.
Yeah. Class.
Gorgeous. And it lists all the different coil options that were available for the TFV4. Triple, quadruple, sextuple coils.
I mean,
titanium dual coil head. Temperature sensing capability, no burnt taste. Jesus.
Switch to headphones.
12 coil options. Here's 6 more. Stainless steel. Higher resistance dual coil.
It was crazy back then, man. Absolutely crazy.
RBA.
Yes, I know my battery's low.
RBA dual coil stainless. Another RBA. 4-post single coil build. I see why they became the Walmart of vaping. No doubt in my mind.
You got value for money, man. You got money for your buck, didn't you? You got everything.
Well, that's a bargain there, man. Look at that, 15-pound.
That's what they were, yeah.
That is a bargain there. What a fantastic setup. TFV4 Mini. Thank you, sir.
Anytime, my friend, anytime.
Hot diggity. Where's the...
I mean, bear in mind, it's just bear this in mind. It's 2016 technology, so, you know, it's not going to be up there with...
I know that. I know what it's like to vape brown wire.
You know, it's... but I thought it was okay. Not mind-blown, but okay.
I love the idea of it. I really do.
It did the job.
You know me. I'm like the archaeologist vapor.
Now, are we talking about your age, or we're talking about your broad horizon? Sorry, couldn't resist. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Don't tell anybody.
I couldn't resist. Sorry.
No apologies needed. We make fun of each other on a regular basis if possible. Why not?
Why not?
You only live once, twice if you enjoy it. You might get reincarnated.
Right, nah, maybe a fucking amoeba.
William Dobson says you have coils for it.
I probably haven't that big bag.
Awesome.
You know what it is? People are so fussy, right? There was a guy at work, he said his friend's got a vape shop, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said he was opening up another vape shop. And he said he might have bought all that stuff up for a bit of stock. I went, right on. So I offered him, this is what I offered. I offered 112 bottles of that juice. That's how many bottles are there. 112 bottles, 120 mil. I offered that full bag of coils without even going through it. And I offered him all the stuff for the starter with the view stuff and the blue stuff. Offered the whole lot for 400 quid. And he said, no. I went, for fuck's sake, that's for nothing, mate.
That don't sound right. Why would he say no to that?
Because he wants to do disposables, apparently, in all the little pods.
Fuck
That's
off.
what he does. Get your fuck, man. And I was basing that money on £3 a bottle of juice. He could have put that on a clearance shelf at £5 a bottle and sold it all day. Moorish Puff, it is a shit brand, but people, if you sell something cheap, people will buy it regardless.
Yep. And we'll vape it.
Yeah. Even if you don't like it, a fiver, it's just a fiver height in the bin. Lost now, have you? I thought, you know what it is, mate. Fuck off. I'm not gonna chase it. I just
listen. I've got stuff I paid way more than a $5 for that I'm sitting here, and I vape it from time to time. I bought this for my wife. She doesn't like it because it's only 3. I offered to bump it up to a 6. She's like, nah, it's still not. It's tropical mango blast, which I should like, but I just don't care for it. Well, then don't vape it. I don't care. I'll vape it. I'll sit here and I'll throw it on a dripper from time to time. I'll end up using it up. I'm not going to throw a Hoyt in a bin or flush it down the drain.
At the end of the day, mate, I've got 112 bottles of juice. If I like one, I like one. If I don't, I don't. You know what I mean? Fucking, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
How many mates do you have that actually vape? That's the question. I'm not talking about, YouTube reviewers that you've been on shows with or whatever. How many people do you actually know that vapes?
There is quite a few, but they're all into this kind of shit, pods and all that and stuff. And they're not really, I wouldn't say the hobbyists as such. I'll just say that they get what they get and they're happy with it. They're not like a hobbyist like us, you know what I mean? I mean, the PNP coils, I had a few people shouting for them, but I thought, fuck that, I'm keeping them because I've got loads of devices here that take them. So I thought, I'm keeping them. I took all the Falcon coils. Well, as you've seen, I was vaping on the Falcon for a couple of weeks. I've got shitloads of coils for that. The Falcon King. So I've kept some of the ones I would use.
I'll have to look for that one. Thanks, Andrew.
Fruit Monster.
Mango Guava. Listen, I came across a fantastic discovery today. I was like, okay, we're going to do some random recipe mixing and stuff. And I've got some flavor shocks here from our buddy Flavors that we still haven't mixed up. And the one of them is Mulberry Mess is the name on the bottle. And I'm like, well, what does mulberry taste like? So I'm like, okay, let me Google that. What's a mulberry? I'm like,
did I not have one of them?
Mulberry?
It's like the blackberry family, innit? It's like similar to blackberry, innit?
Yes. Not only is it like blackberry, but it is definitely its own flavor. And the part that really got me excited is, you know me for the longest time, I was originally Purple Rain. It was a grape flavor. And then I went to Blue Raspberry Cotton Candy by Keep It 100. And when I was developing my cotton candy recipes, I was trying to find what tastes like the Keep It 100 OG Blue.
Yeah.
There's something in it. And people were telling me, oh, try cranberry. It's a cranberry. You do a cranberry, you're going to find yourself the secret ingredient that they put in there. Bullshit. You know what it is? Mulberry. Because Flavors has a mulberry here. And I'm like, okay, I haven't single flavor tested that one yet. Let me smell it. Soon as I smelled it, I knew that that's the secret ingredient in Keep It 100 OG Blue. And then I knuckle tested it, and I'm like,
that's the one.
I'm jumping back in the lab this week, and I'm going to find a recipe that is as close as I can possibly get it to Keep It 100 OG Blue. Because mulberry is the secret ingredient in there.
Yeah.
That's what give it that little bit of a tang. I tried blackberry before. It wasn't blackberry.
I think mulberry's more sour than a blackberry.
Yes.
It's just got that sourness to it.
It's a blackberry and a cranberry combined.
I'm sure I'm sure they're a bit more like sour, rather than like a sweet blackberry or a sweet blueberry.
Yes. Andrew says that he's a mango-holic. I have 4 or 5 high-dollar ones sitting in front of me right now, but it's still the very best that he's had. My wife was into mango for the longest time, that I think she got tired of it like I got tired of grape.
I kind of get away with mango on its own. I don't mind it mixed with mango and mango watermelon.
In here,
I just don't like them.
As an accent flavor for the citrus and the orange that's in it, beautiful pairing. Beautiful, crisp, refreshing. This is be the perfect summer e-liquid to have.
Yeah, I get that, but I don't like them as a fruit, so I definitely wouldn't be able.
I prefer it right now because it's a nice break from all the custards that I have.
I wonder whose fault that is.
I don't know. I never used to vape custards.
Well, all I can say is you've seen the light, my friend. That's all I can say.
You and Darren got me to vape more custard than I ever thought I would ever vape. We do our random recipes. You're like, oh yeah, let me try that custard. Try that custard. Let me know how good it is. And I dropped the ball and didn't send you your 3-banger custard.
No, you even developed a 3-banger custard. I'm like, where is it? Next time, buddy. Next time.
We'll send you 2 bottles of it. All right. What are we setting this wattage at? 52? I don't remember what it was. Let's look on the side.
30 to something.
30 to 100, I thought it was.
That was the other one. That's 30 to 80 or something, that one.
Yeah, so let's start off at 30 and work our way up. Because, it takes a good tank of e-liquid for these old round wire coils to break in.
You got like a fruit juice in, so you'd be best off starting cold. Don't go too hot, you'll fry it.
.30's not making hardly any vape whatsoever, especially with all these airflow openings. And close this one on the top, so it's just thinning and diluting it down. $35.
I don't think it's meant for 30. Like this fucking note happening there.
I'm getting vapor. Like if I was just quitting smoking, I would want it to be that low of a concentration of vapor and mostly air, so I wouldn't cough or hack up a lung.
Yeah, it doesn't float with things.
40 watts, decent, no heat to it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Good and beautiful flavor out of it for round wire coils. I think that goes more along the lines of the e-liquid than it does the coil.
Oh, without a doubt. Obviously, decent e-liquid will make a hell of a difference.
46, go up to 50.
See, another thing with the Smok coil, when they say, up to 100 watts, when you put them at 100 watts, you just burn them out straight away. So I wouldn't even go there with that. Like,
let's go to 55. What's this tank reading it at? 0.35 ohms. 0.35 ohms, I would guess, would be about 45.
Yeah.
But then again, these old style mods, they didn't actually put out what they said that they did a lot of times.
Oh, they were way below. They weren't that accurate in them days.
$55 watts on this mod. Beautiful flavor. It's definitely a fried banana split. The banana is not like very prominent in this one compared to what it is on this little old Smok one. But this device here, this Trinity, is probably 2 or 3 generations ahead of that mod.
Well, it's mesh coil for a start, isn't it? So that was a massive.
And it's mesh coil.
Changer. You could get some decent flavor out of the good old real round wire, right? You know, that's how well started.
I've got no complaints on it. I have realistic expectations for round wire coils. And I know it's going to take at least a tank of e-liquid before you break this coil in and actually get some real flavor off of it.
So you just got the
plus the metal in there is Canthal.
Yeah.
Which isn't the best for flavor as it is. Stainless is way better. And then nichrome is a step above stainless.
I don't mind stainless coils in RDAs just because they ramp up really quick.
And now that this coil is actually warmed up, it's starting to crackle at 55. Drop it to 50.
That's probably why they've got all that shit on the top drip tip in it, anti-spatter and all that bullshit.
And a solid reduced airflow to keep the velocity the same the whole way coming up, so it doesn't condense in your drip tip. Because that's what happened when they had the drip tips that were 510 and they opened up to a larger bore.
That's right, yeah.
You got e-liquid accumulation inside that drip tip.
That's right, yeah.
And every once in a while, you would get spit back, even though the coil wasn't giving it to you. You would get it from your drip tip.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with it. For 2016 technology, there's nothing wrong with this. Yeah, I think I would have been able to quit if this would have been the first kit I bought. Because I do think that it is producing as good, if not a hair better than the Atlantis Aspire, which was my first kit.
Definitely.
But they're in the same class. There's not much difference between the two of them. This is just inching out that Atlantis coil.
I think in them days it wasn't so much the flavor, but the wattage wars then, wasn't it? Like the 62 M16s, it was like the wattage race, wasn't it? The 200 watt, blah blah blah. Then the flavor kind of come after, didn't it?
The flavor came with the mesh coils.
Yeah.
Transitioning from the round wire to the mesh was the unleashing of flavor potential in a lot of these e-liquids. Yeah. And it got the flavor manufacturers and the e-liquid manufacturers to cut back the flavorings that they put in there because you actually got more flavor with less concentration.
That's true, because I think the juices back then were more concentrated, obviously, for the coils you were using.
And as a DIYer, I've learned over time that if you push the flavor percentages too hard, you'll actually mute that flavor profile.
Yeah.
And only in certain tanks, in certain situations, can you still get that flavor at its maximum potential.
Yeah. Yeah. 2016 tech still fucking rocking. That's what I like to see.
And it works great. Big, tall.
Matchy.
And man, is that glass hot already.
It's because the height it's tall and thin, isn't it?
Tall and thin, and there's very little e-liquid in there.
Yeah.
To keep it, at a constant temperature and cool it. Plus, everything was stainless back then. Stainless likes to retain heat.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's a bugger for that.
But I'm getting all the flavors that I can get out of the little tank with the mesh coils. Now that it's heated up. Good deal.
Awesome, man.
All right, time for a random recipe. We're going to try and plow through this. We're at 4.5 hours already. We spend so much time.
Good
blue break.
Yeah.
I should learn to do this earlier. I should have checked my messages inside of chat. Mallory Gates dropped this in there. Look at all the smoke coming out of this pot. If COP 10 gets their wish, that will now be defined as smoke. Any visible aerosolized fluid is now going to be classified as smoke. If they get their way in tobacco control. However, we're here for a DIY random recipe, and I clicked on there. I clicked on my flavor stash. I clicked on what can I make, and here's the most up-to-date beautiful list that came up in our stash. We mixed up Orange Julius last week, and as is usual, I don't get orange out of Juicy Orange from Capella, so I have to wait another week before I can actually taste the orange in there. So I'm not going to rate that one yet, but everybody else has checked it out and they give it a 5-star rating. Not too shabby. My Mango. What do we have as far as a My Mango recipe here? There we have TFA Marshmallow, Capella Super Sweet, Capella's Sweet Mango, and Capella's Sweet Tangerine. Well, that right there looks like a nice simple recipe.
My Mango. Ooh.
Yeah. That's cool. Let's adapt this recipe. And I think we'll just make a little 10 mil of that. We'll make it at a 6. My nicotine strength is 100 that we have here. And I'm not going to adjust this recipe at all since it's already got sweetener in it. I'm just going to hit save. And there's the recipe.
Cooling agent. Oh.
Not very much in there. And I've learned that cooling, especially for the fruits, brightens up the flavor, even if you don't notice the cooling in it. So we'll try that.
Capella, and TBA.
TFA Marshmallow, Super Sweets on the table, Capella Sweet Mango, Capella Sweet Tangerine we used last week. And WS23, 30%. Where did I put my flavor enhancers? WS3, WS23, 30% from Bull City. Just like that. Got my coldest water bottle.
Holy shit, that's cool. Fuck. I don't want to use it.
One cap. One nipple.
Beg your pardon? God damn it. I've had an idea. Give us a minute. Give us a minute. Actually, not a minute.
All right. Grab our secret sauce. .6. Tear this out. 0.62 grams.
I thought it was handy, but it's not. I had a bit of an idea, right? If you want to do this next week.
What's that mean?
When you do a retro vape, I think we'll do a joint venture and do that OBS mini that I've set. We'll both do it together at the same time, see what we think.
Next week, definitely. Look forward to it. For sure.
Both do it at the same time. I'll try and sort the camera out so you can see my terrible table as well, but that'll still be cleaned up for next week.
This should only be about one drop. It's 0.03 grams for 0.25% in a 10 ml bottle.
Ooh, more than one.
There you go.
2 drops.
0.03.
Hang on. 2 drops is spot on. Jesus.
Works good. We have TFA marshmallow.
Ooh.
0.08.
Now we can go for this.
There you go. 4 drops. Super sweet. We got Capella.
I love that stuff.
0.7. And that's the one problem with this Capella bottle. It likes to spit it out. So we're at 0.13 instead of 0.17. It's going to be a lot sweeter than it's supposed to be, but that's okay.
That's what I've dropped in here, matey. I put about 3 drops of super sweet. And I've also put it, this one's still steep in this one. The Creed's custard, there's about 3 drops in there as well.
Beautiful.
So I've got to save that one. So I'm letting that one steep a bit. The Miyagi one's good, but it could do a bit more steep time. So I thought I'll leave the other one there to steep a bit with a bit of custard. But right now
Need
I'm
0.7 grams in this one.
Holy shit.
It's going to be a beautiful mango.
Oh, you can keep that. I'm just. Oh, wow. Why did I not do that before? Oh, my lord.
And then we have Capella's Sweet Tangerine. 0.09.
I have just dropped some of this wonderful muffin swirl in this Valhalla Mini, and I'm out of here. Oh, wow. Holy fuck. Woo.
Awesome. Need a little bit of PG.
Holy shit.
Definitely help yourself out by
fantastic.
getting a 120 ml bottle and dedicating it to just some PG when you only have to add 1 ml of it. Way easier than trying to use your big 500 ml bottle. 1.5 of this.
You don't get 500 mils, you get 5 gallons.
I don't know about that.
Oh my god, that's so good. That's added a new dimension to that. Like, Jesus, that's good.
Give it a little stir. Blend together all of those PG-based ingredients. Tear it out, and now we need 8.8 grams of VG.
Ooh. You can come off. You will come out. You can go in. Oh. There we go. That right? There we go. 100% battery back. Whop them in the charger.
There you go.
Job done.
Easy to shake. 10 mils inside this 15 ml bottle. Lovely.
Holy fucking moly. I'm enjoying that. Stick that over there. Damn.
Awesome.
Well, what are you going to chuck it in? What are you putting it in, my friend?
The drop 1.5. It's just quick and easy. Got a 3 mil coil in there. Take my 3 mil shoelace cotton.
Rock and roll.
Clean, dry burn the thing.
Cool down the coil. Rock and roll, my friend. Rock and roll.
Snip, snip, tuck.
Don't you just love it when they're that easy to build? You just drop it in and job done.
Yeah, it's easier when you don't cut the cotton a little shorter than it needs to be, but
yeah, once it gets a bit of juice on it and expands, man.
the nice thing about a dripper is you don't have to be perfect.
Awesome, man.
Let that sit on there. Just like that, job done. Put my Freemax Max's solo.
Oh,
I love the lights on this.
I had a feeling you were gone for all that, like bloody Blackpool illuminations on your bloody vape, man. God.
Measures 0.4.
All you need now to get on top, that's a fucking rainbow tank. That's what you want.
No, man. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull out my Smok that's got the LED inside the coil.
Oh,
do you ever have one of them?
No. Just no. It's so wrong. You'd be knackered for being a stealth vape, wouldn't you? You'd light up like a bloody beacon.
Oh. So what? I'm a lighthouse. I'm a walking lighthouse.
Bloody hell with that.
With my own storm system.
Come on.
God, that's a simple banging mango recipe right there.
Really?
Yes.
Straight off the cuff and all?
Straight off the shake. Beautiful sweet mango, just a hint of tangerine to broaden that mango palate. The cooling adds another layer to it of dimension so that it's not sickeningly sweet, but it has just enough sweetness like you would expect to have in a mango.
Very good.
If I were to make this on a bigger scale, I would cut back the cooling agent. Instead of 0.25%, I probably would go with 1/8%.
Yeah.
Because it's just a little too much cooling if you're not used to cooling. Then again, if you use cooling in everything, it might not be enough for you. You'd probably have to crank it up some.
Not my cup of tea.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's a beautiful, fantastic mango.
The only cool thing I like is a nice cold beer. That's the only cool thing I like.
I figured as much.
Whatever do you mean? Holy fuck, that's good in there. Like, oof.
You know what's really good? When you take the drop solo and you crank the airflow down halfway.
Yeah.
Holy concentrated flavor.
I don't know where mine is. I've got one somewhere. I've definitely got one.
Okay, now that the flavor is concentrated, it is like a mango that you didn't let fully ripen. So, do I cut back the mango? It's at 7% in there. I think probably I would cut that back if I was making this for myself or for my wife. I would probably do 6% mango.
Just drop it back a touch.
It all depends. That's one wonderful thing about DIY is you get to make it how you want it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Flavor is so subjective. By cutting it back to 6%, I think I would get a little bit more of that tangerine aspect to it. Right now, it's just purely mango.
Yeah, so that's you've got that recipe, and that's your base. That's your base, isn't it? Just so you can work off that. You know what I mean? That's the beauty of it, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the thing is, you could make it to your tank. Like if I were to put this in the Bushido, I think the mango would be accentuated even more. But
definitely.
And the sweetness would also be accentuated. It takes a little bit more sweetness in the drop than it does in the Bushido. The Bushido accentuates a lot of those fruits and sweets. Mrs. Hunky Vape, hello and welcome to the stream.
Hello, Mr. Hunky's better half.
Nope. She's the one that's going to be able to determine what this recipe is good or bad. Because she likes the mango.
Oh.
Let her try this out when she gets home.
Sounds like a plan. Stan.
It's pretty good.
There you go then. I'm finally getting a good one. Off the bat.
Spoiled for choice, mate. We are definitely spoiled for choice.
Yep, we're ruined, mate. Absolutely ruined.
All these different options available to us.
And yet our powers that be want to take it all away.
Makes no sense whatsoever. None. My heart goes out to all those Australians out there that are literally scrambling for their life right now. All the shops that are going to be closing in the next 6 months. Some of them are closed already.
Yeah. I feel for Australia.
Definitely.
My sad pain here. Looking out that window, thinking about you guys. But you could get your thinking caps on and say there must be a way out of this.
It's 10 times harder to reverse legislation once it's already been passed.
Oh,
and I'll check out the link that Paul sent me about the legislation that's out there, see what's actually written in stone already at this point.
I think it's more the disposables that's pretty much with immediate effect. Obviously, you said the other stuff's marching it.
And that's your Achilles heel in the UK, mate. The bad rep that the disposables are giving based on the kids, based on the environment, that's what's going to get the hatchet swinging. And how deep it cuts into the log, it all depends upon how much resistance they're going to get.
Without a doubt.
Disposables days are numbered. And the vaping industry is going to adapt. You will see the exact same products with a removable battery, and now it's no longer a disposable.
Oh, they'll find a loophole. They always do. Without a doubt. And that is the simple solution. Make the battery removable and it's no longer disposable. Simple as. But again, you know, like you say, even if they turn into something like a pod kit where it's rechargeable and it's reusable, they work. So there are solutions out there for them. I just hope they do a revamp of them and make them so they're not disposable, but they don't diss on the flavors of them, you know what I mean? Because the flavors are phenomenal.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they don't get the flavors down there. They're going to have to DIY their own.
I think Legion was saying, like, if you're still buying stuff, don't buy it all together. He was saying, like, maybe build your wire, buy wire on its own, because it's not as suspicious, or buy cotton on its own. Don't like bolt together as one purchase, because obviously that will arouse suspicion. So just buy your items individually. Bit of space between purchases, you know what I mean? But in the meantime, they're just saying if you can stock up now, whatever you can get, basically, and
you're going to end up in the same boat I'm in. I've got a stockpile of stuff. I still have a laundry hamper half full of things we haven't even done yet. And by the time we get to opening them up, they're definitely going to be retro vapes, even if they weren't when I ordered them.
Yeah.
But keeps you off of the stinkies. It's good in a mud book.
That's the name of the game, mate, at the end of the day. Yeah, but like I say, the world will be watching Australia. The world will be watching. See if they make themselves look like fools or whatever.
They already look like fools. The indications and the data is already there. They've already got an uptick in smoking. You look at the research in San Francisco that banned flavors, and for every 1.8 milliliters of e-liquid that they didn't sell because of their ban, 3/4 of a pack of cigarettes were sold in its place.
Shit, man.
It's the same in Australia. Their cigarette sales are going to go up. And the black market's going to take off and be even stronger than it is now. 75% of the tobacco consumed in Australia is consumed from the black market. It's not on anybody's books. There's no taxes. There's no age regulations, age gating going on. Whoever wants to buy the chop buys the chop, and no government knows anything about it.
It's just a free-for-all, isn't it? So you can't even build any statistics or numbers of it.
Nope.
And how true is that? 75%? Is it higher? Could be. You don't know, do they?
We don't really know because there's no record keeping for the black market. What comes in goes out, not on anybody's tax payrolls or software or anything.
The thing is about the black market, whatever comes in, they want to get rid of quick. So it just bang, 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 it just goes. Don't want to be caught holding all the shit they want rid. And they'll do get rid of it.
Definitely.
It's a sad shame, you know. I mean, why these governments are so intent on keeping people smoking, I've got no idea apart from monetary gain. That's simply what it's down to. For me, it's just monetary gain. They don't give a fuck about you.
Well, in Australia, the pharmaceutical industry and all the pharmacies are making bank on the fact that they now have a monopoly on vaping in Australia.
Of course not.
You have to go to your doctor, you have to get a prescription, you have to have it filled in the pharmacy, and guess who's making the products that are in the pharmacy? Big Tobacco.
Exactly.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy that they enacted and did in the name of saving the children. All you did is hand it over to Big Tobacco, so tobacco control's not happy. Vapors aren't happy. The only ones that are happy are the pharmaceutical industry and, well, the bottom line of Big Tobacco.
Exactly. It was kind of inevitable that they were going to get the claws in it one way or another, innit? You know what I mean? How would you get rid of your competitor? Buy them out. Simple.
So they're doing here. RJ Reynolds, they say that we don't know for a fact that it's RJ Reynolds. But there's lots of legislatures right now. We talked about it in the news. There are lots of legislators right now that are working, like Florida is working to basically, if the legislation goes through, it's going to be the same kind of consequences we have in Australia. Big Tobacco is going to be the only one that's gotten PMTA from the FDA. They're the only ones that are going to still be able to legally sell products. And all the disposables and all the vape products in Florida are going to be like they are in Louisiana. They're going to go into the black market. Nobody's going to track it. It can be sold in any corner shop. Because it's not FDA authorized.
Crazy. Plus, obviously, when you think about it, they're losing taxes that they could be making on them, things as well. So they're losing money all the time anyway. For the sake of that, Jesus.
Maybe, that's the bright side of the picture that we're not looking at. Maybe it'll be like Hong Kong. When Hong Kong banned electronic cigarettes, even for transport out of the country, they couldn't even land the airplane in Hong Kong to switch airplanes with electronic cigarettes. It was legit banned.
Yeah.
And they found out they lost like $18 billion in freight coming to their airport because they banned it. So the next year they reversed the ban and said, oh no, it's still banned in our country, but you're allowed to land here and take off to a different location. But by that point, manufacturers had already switched and products were coming straight from Shenzhen to the destination country. Why are they going to change now?
It's so ironic, isn't it? A country that probably produces 90%, if not more, of vape products has got bans in place. It's just
well, yeah, because they were avoiding the tax burden, Trump tax stuff coming from China. So they would send it to Hong Kong, and now it was coming from Hong Kong, not from China.
Okay, yeah.
So by coming from Hong Kong, it didn't have to pay the tax for China.
Yeah. And he fucked that up and all, didn't he? It just sounds like it was all one big plan. When you look at back how everything is unraveled, this hasn't just happened randomly. This has been thought about by somebody somewhere.
Oh yeah.
They've just started gradually. We'll do this, we'll do that, see where we are. Then we're getting away with that. Right, we'll do this bit. Right, see where we are. Oh, we're doing well with that now. Then bang. Fucking bastards.
And the big corporations keep on raking in the cash, and the small mom and pop stores and the small businesses keep getting run out of business. And then you get people that used to run a mom and pop vape shop that are now driving Uber because that's the only way they can make the ends meet and keep paying the loans on all the shit that they had. But no, it's illegal for them to sell anymore.
To me, it's similar. I mean, Australia, everybody thinks it seems a bit sudden, but it's always been the pipeline, hasn't it? You know, the plan this.
They planned this back last March. I watched the testimony that they gave in Parliament last year, and there was a lot of hopeful representation from the vaping industry in there. You know, Dr. Colin Mendelsohn gave testimony and, you know, submitted that in writing, and a bunch of other industry advocates submitted testimony and got actual members of Parliament to testify pro-vaping, reasonable regulation, the common sense rules that would have made everything so much better. And they went the opposite direction.
That's right, yeah.
Somebody hoyed them a suitcase of cash and got them to ban it. And time is going to prove that what they did was the worst thing they could have possibly done.
Well,
unless your goal is population control, and then they did exactly what population control needed done.
Exactly. I'm still a big believer in that. Like, wars all over the planet and all that, man. It's a numbers game, isn't it? There's too many of us on. We'll get rid of a few. You look at back in history, all the genocides we've had from various countries, not just obviously World War II and that, but you know, you had like Rwanda and all that. There was genocides there, and you know the history of all that that's gone on. It's honestly, it's a numbers game. History's proven it. Even deaths. Spanish flu. Remember Spanish flu? Well, you don't remember it, but you've heard of it, haven't you? Spanish flu. I mean, obviously, I don't expect you were around in them days because you would be old. That's what I'm saying. You would be very old if you were around in them days. But another thing, you know, wiped out a lot of people. Population control, I'm telling you. It's there.
There was a lot of comparisons between the Big C and the Spanish flu.
Yeah,
lockdowns and all this other stuff, and how they handled that pandemic versus how they handled this one. And
the Spanish one, obviously the medicine wasn't that advanced, and you know there's more people died.
Yeah, well, the problem is a lot of the stuff that happened on this one was profit motivated.
Without a doubt.
Because if there was any medicine that was even off-label effective against the virus, it should have been used instead of getting emergency authorization for something totally unproven, totally untested.
Definitely. Yeah, that kind of popped up very quick, and unfortunately we were the first fuckers to use it as well, so God knows what we're going to be like.
So we're all guinea pigs, and God knows 30 years down the road what we're going to have because of it.
Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, that Russell Branson, there was DNA in it of some sort of what? Holy moly. We're all going to turn into gorillas or something in 20 years.
You can go back and look at what was etched on the Georgia grindstones. There's the root of most of the problems. Money is the root of all problems, the root of all evil.
Root of all
greed.
Evil. Yeah. Without a doubt.
Unfortunately, but time marches on. Waits for no one.
Nope. Time waits for no man, as they say.
Exactly.
Fucking hell, man. The world is a scary place right now, mate. It's totally fucked up.
Kind of like my poochies when they need to go out. They wait for no one. So, unfortunately, it's time for us to wrap things up for today. I hope you guys all learned something. And feel free, if you guys see any dad jokes, drop them in as a comment. We'll include them next week. But,
Defo, guys. Remember your dad jokes and your hand checks. Get them in. We shall show them all off. Without a doubt.
And then tomorrow when I go through the thing and put the timestamps in for the video for today, for the vlog, I will also add a link to the Discord. If you want to join the community at the Discord server, you know, please feel to do so. We don't have a whole lot of content over there, but it's a place for you to ask questions and interact with people that have been here this whole time. And, you know, if you got a question, you need an answer to it, we'll be happy to jump on and give you answers. Like, somebody asked me the other day, where do you get the coils at that you had in this video? Well, I can't put it on YouTube. It violates their community things, but come over to the Discord and I can give you a link directly to the place where I got it from, and you can pick it up yourself.
Defo.
Or if you want to know, about DIYing, where do you get the stuff at, how you do it, what's a good simple recipe for this or this. There's people over there and happy to help you out.
Yeah, jump on over there, boys and girls. Yeah, get your stuff posted on there as well, all sorts of information, hand checks, whatever. Be free, get it all up there.
Or if you happen to catch something across your news or you want featured on our news, please feel free to drop a link to it and I'll watch it, learn it, read about it, and then talk about it the next week. We're all one big vape family. Here is Kenny across the pond from me, other side of the planet. And we sit here and chat on for 5 hours every week, talking about whatever comes across our desk.
Exactly. And it flies.
Who would have ever thunk it? Who would have ever thunk it?
Yeah, man, Jesus. And I might add, we are the longest live stream on YouTube. I'm going to add that one. There you go.
Nobody else is crazy enough to stream for 5 hours every week.
Yeah, this is it. Beautiful, isn't it? These hours. But
it gives everybody a chance to sit there and chat back and forth and build a community up inside of our chat messages and end up becoming friends and people you never thought you'd ever even interact with.
We just use an hour to warm up, man. That's our way. The first hour is just a warm up. You know what I mean? Everybody's done and dusted. We're just warming up, man.
We just got done talking about what we did this past week.
All work and no play for me, mate. I'm seeing fucking jack shit.
I'm looking forward to the weather's actually supposed to warm up this week, so I can finally fix that power steering hose on my truck.
Oh,
I've been afraid to go anywhere because it's got a slow leak right at the cooler. I got a new cooling line, but I can't put it on because it's freaking frigid outside. They're talking about it's going to be 55, 60 degrees Fahrenheit this week.
Oh, well, there you go.
Friday.
That's warm enough for you to get under there.
There you go. Well, Friday, I'll crawl underneath the truck, change that hose out, and be good to go for another 6 months or so until the next thing decides to go.
Yeah, as long as it's not pissing down with rain as well. You want to keep it dry and warm.
That's what happens when you decide to drive a 25-year-old truck.
Well, it can't be a classic, mate. That's what I'm saying. You cannot be a classic.
This is the last year I actually have to do an emissions check on it because it's going to become a collector vehicle next year.
There you go.
It'll officially hit 25 years old.
I think that's a similar rule over here. 25 years old, it becomes an official classic, so there's no more MOT, no road tax to pay or something, all that la-di-da. You get a few benefits with it. I mean, they limit your mileage, but obviously when you've got a classic, you don't drive it as a daily.
I don't really drive much anyway, except when we go camping. That's the only time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, yeah, man, can't be the good old classic. I think I might need to get a new car anyway for the wife. Hers is on its way out. It's just, it's becoming a money.
Listen, we bought that Explorer for my wife after she got totaled the Taurus, and she was so excited to get a car that had less than 100,000 miles on it. Here, she already rolled it over 100,000 before Christmas.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's just...
She's like, it's time to get another car. I'm like, you got another 50,000 miles before you worry about that.
But when I bought mine for a 2-year now, it had I think it was just under 117,000 when I bought it. I'm now hitting 146,000 now in 2 years, so it's quite a lot, not for what I normally do.
Yeah. It is what it is. All right, boys and girls. Peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. We'll catch you all next week. Same time, same place. Have a fantastic week ahead. All my love to all of you.
Yeah, just reiterating on what Alex said. Thank you all to the guys and girls in chat for joining us. Absolutely appreciate it. Even if you just popped in for 5 minutes, or even if you watch us on the replay, hit that like and hit that thumbs up. It really helps us out. Simple thing, quick and easy to do, one click done. And as always, thanks Alex again for having me on. I mean, God knows where we are now. how many shows we are. I mean, how many shows we on now? You squeeze that one in.
This is the third year.
Third year already. Jesus Christ, whatever happened to time. But as always, boys and girls, we shall see you same time, same place next week. Remember, get over the Discord, get all your stuff on there. Remember to put your hand checks in, any dad jokes, any news, anything like that. Drop us a line. We will have a look at it. And until then, as always, you all stay safe, vape safe. We'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.